I'm back, everybody. Sorry, I was uploading some videos onto TikTok. I think I got like 4 or 5 done. But we are back for part 2. I did see part 2 is like 9 hours, but of course we know 3 or 4 of those, well, probably 3 of those hours probably don't count, but we'll see. At least 2 or 3 of them. So this is part 2, and I do know that testimony from people who were actually in the cars, who were there, they're going to be on here. But we're starting with, hold on, I got to switch my stuff around. All right, so we're starting with the officer that the homicide detective that we left off with during the last trial. Was during day 1. Davion, they got him put, not Davion, Rashad. They got Rashad put together nicely. I like this shirt better on Davion too today. Does Isaiah have a little S? All right. Hey, Lily.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. All right, welcome back, members of our jury. Since we saw each other last, has anybody watched, read, listened to any news accounts or social media posts related to this case? Have you done any independent investigation or talked to anybody about anything related to this case? Okay, all right, very good. All right, Detective, you remain under oath from yesterday, yes. And Mr. Harmon, you may proceed. Sure. Yep.
Aaron, baby, I don't know. Hey, Miss Hudson. Hey, friend. It feels good to be back. I know today is an amazing day. Hold up, who is this up here I just met? Hey, Stephanie, how have you been?
Publishing stage 1. Detective, when we left off yesterday, we were discussing the south end of the home to suites. This area to the west of the portico, where a lot of the evidence markers, the yellow cones, were located.
Yes, sir.
So I want to revisit that area.
Hey, Dee. My shows. Oh, okay, I got you. Hey, man, all my faves out here. Hey, girl.
Publishing states 8, cheese and golf.
Alice. Hold on, y'all, because I was looking for Alice earlier. Last episode. Alice, I know what you mean about the speculation, and I need to write that down actually, because it was Isaiah Chance's attorney. He said for us not to look at those videos and speculate. So when we see Isaiah Chance in that parking lot stalking Julio, let's not speculate what he was doing. Unless someone tells us he was 100% stalking Julio, we can't speculate. That's what they were talking about, Alice. I want to tell you, this is what they were talking about. His opening statement.
Detective, when items of evidence are located in a homicide scene, such as this case, at some point, if it's in an area where law enforcement has access,
this is the second one.
It's not something that is a privately protected area like a residence where you have to obtain a warrant. In this circumstance, to process this scene in a parking lot, did you have to obtain a warrant or wait for anything?
No, we did not.
Okay. So after finding the evidence and going through viewing it, did crime scene technicians from the Tampa Police Department begin to process this area?
Yes, they did.
And was that under you and Detective Kirkpatrick's guidance?
Yes, it was.
And were you consulting with them during that process?
Yes.
The evidence markers, are photographs taken of this area first before the evidence markers are placed there?
Yes, they are.
Is that to document the scene as it appears, as it was found?
Yes, it is.
And then the evidence markers are placed there. Are they placed there to mark and give a specific marker to each item of evidence?
Yes.
Once that is done, are more photographs taken?
Once that's done, we actually do scans with LiDAR of the scene. So we have measurements and everything built into those scans. And then as they go through to collect the evidence, additional photographs are taken, long range, medium range, close range photos of each evidence marker and each piece of evidence that's collected.
Now, we saw several photographs yesterday from multiple angles facing in different directions around this portico.
Yes, sir.
And are the photographs being taken to historically document the crime scene as it appeared and these evidence markers?
Yes, it is.
Once they're placed.
Yes, sir.
At some point, are these items of evidence collected?
Yes.
Who does the collection?
The collection itself is done by the crime scene techs that are assigned to work that scene.
And when they're collecting the evidence, are they taking precautions of any kind to protect the integrity of the evidence that's being collected?
Yes, they are.
Can you tell the jury or explain to them what type of precautions they take?
Sure. In this particular case, the items like shell casings, the crime scene techs are wearing nitrile gloves as they're collecting the shell casings. They're using basically, for lack of better words, a stick that goes into the open end of the shell casing to pick it up, so they're not actually handling the casing. And in this particular case, these casings were actually placed in a specialized container. Each individual casing was placed in that container to provide or to prevent that casing from moving around, rattling around for the potential of any potential or to protect the potential of any DNA evidence that may have been found. Obviously, while handling the vehicles that were involved, again, the crime scene techs and everyone involved is wearing gloves to prevent any kind of contamination to those pieces of evidence. While inspecting the body of the deceased with the medical examiner, likewise, everyone is wearing gloves. Everyone to make sure there's no cross contamination. If there is some kind of contamination on the gloves, it's standard process for us to remove those gloves and put a new pair of gloves on to prevent any kind of cross contamination going forward from there.
So the crime scene technicians have boxes of these gloves in the crime scene units that they arrive in?
Yes, they do.
And you're talking about nitrile gloves, I believe they're called,
Yes,
like very thin rubber gloves, and they're just being torn off as any kind of contamination occurs as items are touched. They're changing those frequently
Yes, sir.
to avoid cross contamination.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, state would tender states 9A as an alpha through AA.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Oh, or, I'm sorry, no objection. Okay, very good. And then Mr. Petratus? Okay, admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to walk through the markers and some of the items in the, looking at these exhibits. Do you recognize those in that area of the crime scene?
Yes, they do.
All right. And let me go back to our stage one. Where did I put that? So looking again at stage one, our overhead, or these items that were located over near this entrance, between the entrance and the portico area.
Yes, they were.
And did they appear to you to be items consistent with a minor collision of motor vehicles?
Yes, they did.
Did your investigation later reveal that there was a collision between two motor vehicles that were fleeing from the shooting in this case?
Yes.
So in this instance, are those items marked with evidence markers?
Yes, they are.
And you indicated earlier that after the evidence markers are placed on the items, that photographs are then taken close up, and in perspective and then close up.
Yes, sir.
States 9B is in Bravo. Is this an item that was located within the crime scene that has been marked and now photographed?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a projectile of some type?
Yes, it does.
States 9C, C is in Charlie. Is this just a more close-up photograph of that?
Yes, sir.
Same item.
Yes, sir.
States 9D is in Delta. We see evidence marker 23. We talked about this earlier. Would you agree with me that that is south of the portico, slightly east of the portico?
Yes.
Okay. States 9E is an echo, a close-up of that item. Does that also appear to be a projectile?
Yes, sir. Jacketing, but yes, projectile.
Laura, his mama
Now,
really
you mentioned
is
jacketing.
a piece of work.
Have you been involved through your law enforcement career in investigations involving gunfire,
Yes, sir.
whether it was a homicide or some other type of investigation?
Yes, sir.
Have you been involved in investigations where the gunfire travels through an intermediate barrier such as automotive glass, sheet metal, sheetrock, if it's in a residence or a building, something like that?
Yes, sir.
And is it common or uncommon to see jacketing on projectiles, on bullets, separate from the core of the bullet?
Yes, it is.
It's common.
Yes, it is common.
And that's why you say this, you're recognizing this as a possible jacket to a projectile?
Yes, sir.
States 9F is in Foxtrot. Does this photo depict the windows we were speaking about yesterday that are to the east of the front entrance?
Yes, sir. Underneath the portico.
And do we see an evidence marker down here?
Yes, sir.
Do you see material around that marker?
Yes, there's a shattered glass on the shattered window above it.
Okay. And is that what that greenish white material is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just above it, we see a window that appears to have damage.
Yes, sir.
In your experience, would that be consistent with gunfire, damage caused by gunfire?
Yes, it would.
States 9G is in golf. We'll probably come back to this evidence marker so we can see where it is in the scene, but at this evidence marker, is there another item that appears to be related to gunfire?
Yes, appears to be more bullet jacketing or fragments.
States 9H as in hotel. In this photograph, at the bottom of the photograph, we see evidence markers 26 and 27.
Yes, sir.
26 appears to be at the crease of the wall and the ground there at the bottom of the wall.
Yes, sir.
Appears to be some type of tile
Yes, sir.
or brick. Okay. And then to the south of that, there's a pillar with a evidence marker next to it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
27. All right. So at 26, there's an evidence marker, and if you go up that wall,
That's just
above
a room?
there appears to be some defect in the evidence marker, and if you go up that wall above it, there appears to be some defect in the wall.
Maybe.
See that?
Yes, I do.
And did that appear to be something that is related to, or was related to gunfire?
Yes, it appears to be some type of projectile strike.
Just moving in a little closer to look at it. Have you seen brick like this and exterior walls on buildings
Huge
struck by
one.
gunfire before?
Yes, I have.
Did this appear to be consistent with that?
It did.
Were there other holes and divots in that wall?
I don't believe in that portion of the wall. No.
Now, when a high-powered rifle projectile or a pistol projectile impacts a wall like that, can that also cause separation of a jacket in the core of the bullet?
Yes, it can.
Now, going to the pillar, we have this evidence marker 27. If we move up the pillar, was there also some type of defect on the pillar?
Yes, appears to be another projectile strike.
Lord.
States 9I is in India.
Yes, Ronnie.
Is this
They're
at
huge.
in the portico, on the ground near the vehicle that belonged to one of the employees?
Yes, sir.
Evidence marker 28, and I believe we were looking at that, maybe looking at that earlier in isolation. Was there some item found here that appeared to be related to gunfire?
Yes, sir. A piece of a projectile or fragment.
They need to get Davion a notebook. He keep writing on them little notepads.
States 9J is in Juliet. Is that a close-up of the same area?
It is, yes, sir.
And same item?
Yes, sir.
Now, does that appear to you to be jacketing or possibly part of the core of a projectile?
Part of the core of a projectile more than the jacketing, the lead core of the projectile itself.
In the core of rifle and pistol ammunition, one of the possible materials could be lead.
Yes, sir.
States 9K is in kilo. Does this also appear to be an area, we can see the edge of a pillar over here in the beginning of a sidewalk. So maybe this looks like it may be the western edge of the portico.
Yes, sir. It's the very western edge of the portico.
So if we were to proceed this direction, we would come to the Lexus SUV parked in the handicap spot.
Yes, sir.
So we see here further east, evidence marker 29, then evidence marker 30, then evidence marker 31 as we proceed to the west. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And evidence marker 33, 34, 32 over to
These
the
are
far left
projectiles?
of the photograph.
Yes, sir.
This photograph, is this a close-up of evidence marker 29?
It is.
Whatever
And
Rashad
again,
is
were there
on.
items
We
located
need to take
that
a
were
step
marked
back.
in this photograph?
Yes, sir. More bullet fragments.
Now, these fragments, does that appear to be two different types of fragments?
It's hard to say from the photo, sir. I know the top one is definitely jacketing because of the color of it. It's hard to say if that's just a piece of jacketing turned the other way or if that's a core, but they're definitely bullet fragments.
In addition to separation of jacketing from the core, when high-powered rifle rounds and pistol rounds are impacting hard objects or intermediate barriers,
Ronnie, do you hear me? That boy is.
can the core be deformed or can it be chipped or separated?
Yes, it can.
States 9, M.
I wonder what he writing now.
So Mike, in this photograph, those appear to be the same two items
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
without the marker. Well, actually, the
Just
marker is just
close,
to the
close
right.
enough.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
One of the other evidence markers in that area of the scene, evidence marker 30. This is states 9N is in November. To the left in the photograph, we see an item. Does that appear to be jacketing?
It does, yes, sir.
And then above that evidence marker, is there another item I'm pointing to here?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be part of maybe a core?
Yes, sir.
Now, this appears to have some kind of a flatter appearance. Is that something that can also happen to bullet rounds when they separate and the core separates, so it can hit something hard and it can be flattened?
Yeah, depending on the hardness of the object that it's striking.
Nine, Q is in Quebec. In this photograph, just a close-up of that same item.
Yes, sir.
Going to another evidence marker in this western edge of the portico. States, or I'm sorry, this is states 9R is in Romeo. Evidence marker 31. Detective, does that appear to be an item associated with gunfire?
Yes, sir. There appears to be a projectile.
States 9S is in Sierra. Evidence marker 32, same area. Is there another item now being documented?
Yes, sir.
Does that item also appear to be associated with gunfire?
Yes, sir. It appears that it possibly fragmentation from the vehicle that was struck by the gunfire itself.
Their cousins, running.
States 9U is
It's
in uniform.
cousins.
We see evidence marker 33 now, and we can see the sidewalk up here, and then the beginning of the asphalt of the parking lot. So I want to talk about evidence marker 93. We're on an area of ground that is between the portico bricks and the parking lot. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's the very western edge of the portico where it meets the parking lot, looking to the north.
States 9 V, and this is this is evidence marker 33. Is this documenting this red substance?
Yes, sir.
Possibly blood. Is
Maybe
that why it's being
and
documented?
Rashad Murphy.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Ooh, I just hate his haircut.
States
Ooh, I just-
9X is an X-ray. See evidence marker 34. Now we are moving into the asphalt of the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
And at this evidence marker, let's zoom in, would it be fair to say there are two items being marked here?
Yes.
Yep. That's who that
And do
is.
those appear to be items that may be associated to gunfire?
Yes, sir.
States 9Y is in Yankee. This appears to be on the sidewalk, maybe looking west southwest. The angle of the camera.
It's the southern
Run
portion
it
of the
a lot.
building,
People-
probably looking, if your back was facing the portico where the sidewalk begins and the parking lot begins, so looking generally west. Yes, sir.
That appear to be documenting some stain on the sidewalk,
I believe it's the,
or is there an item?
I believe it's documenting the
Oh, the
piece of
item. Okay.
jacketing.
Okay, so there is a piece of jacketing there. All right. That's 35. Okay, here we go. States 9, Z is in zebra. Same evidence marker, but 35. So now we can see that item.
Yes, sir.
Close up. Does that appear
Just
to you to
wait
be some type
and
of jacketing or a portion of jacketing?
It does. Yes, sir.
On some of the jacketing, I'm going to use a paper clip as my pointer. We see these lines on the jacketing.
Mhm.
On some of them we've seen.
Yes, sir.
In your experience and based on your knowledge of firearms and investigations involving firearms, could that be consistent with impressions left by the rifling of a barrel?
It could. Yes, sir.
States 9AA. This is evidence marker 36. I'm going to zoom in. There appears to be an item or items to the right of that evidence marker.
Yes.
Maybe even 3 items that are being
Yes, sir.
documented. Okay. All right. After being photographed, after these photographs were taken, at some point, did the crime scene technician under you and Detective Kirkpatrick's direction collect those items?
Yes, sir.
When they're collected, you've indicated, or you already told us, the precautions that are taken to prevent contamination and to preserve the evidence. Are the items placed into some kind of a container, individually packaged and separated from other items?
Yes, sir. Depending on the item that's collected, obviously will dictate the type of container, but yes, each individual piece of evidence is generally packaged separately.
Your Honor, the state would tender states 10A through 10Y.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise? And Mr. Petraeus? Okay, admitted. Me?
We've already seen this photograph, Detective. This,
No,
I
Jazz.
recall your
He is
testimony is showing the western
think
edge
he's
of the
medicated.
portico facing to the southwest.
Yes, sir.
So I want to draw your attention on, hopefully this is going to give us a good enough definition to see it, to this evidence marker 37. Moving to states 10A as an alpha. At evidence marker 37, which we've just seen is just to the southwest of the portico, is there an item that is being documented?
Yes, sir. It's a shell casing.
Is that one of the shell casings that you saw in the crime scene that were later identified as 9mm shell casings?
Yes, sir.
And those would be shell casings that would be consistent with being fired by a 9mm pistol?
Yes, sir.
States 10B is in Bravo. Do we now see the gloves that you were talking about earlier being
Yes, sir.
utilized?
Yes.
And is the item being picked up and held in order to document it photographically?
Yes, sir.
And is the top part or the bottom, actually the bottom part of the shell casing, the head of the shell casing, is it being documented here?
It is. Yes, sir.
Now, if I rotate the photo, do we actually see the caliber of the shell casing?
Yes, sir. 9x19.
And you recognize that as another nomenclature for 9mm?
It is. Yes, sir.
And we see a designation of MXT.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And could that potentially be a marker for the brand
Yes, sir.
of the ammunition? States 10C is in Charlie. We are going to move down the now down the to the west down the sidewalk towards, and we can see the beginning or the top part of the photograph, the edge of the handicap spot. At evidence marker 38 in states 10C, do we see an item being marked here?
Yes, I believe it's actually marking two shell casings, one to the, as you're looking at it, one to the left and one to the right of that evidence marker. So it'd be 38A and 38B.
Slightly more close-up photograph.
Yes, sir.
States 10E is an echo. Again, is the crime scene technician now holding one of those shell casings to document the head of the case?
Yes, sir.
And does it appear to have consistent markings with the other?
Time out. Kathy, I was just talking about this. I think that people get confused when we're watching court trials and you think that it's going to be black and white, or they're going to have everything laid out for you, when sometimes it just doesn't always work that way. Like, you might see a person with a weapon, but you're not clear on the motive or why they did it. I don't think there's ever a time, well, there's not always a case where we get clear, cut, and dry from start to finish. For this case, you've got the weapons, you've got bullets, you got them on camera, you got them driving from to and from, showing the premeditation. So I want to know, what more would you need throughout the case to make you say, okay, yeah, because if it's enough for first degree murder, it's enough for the death penalty. So leave. Tell me what LWAT means. Tell me what LWAT means, Kathy. But so you're getting the death penalty as a result of being convicted for first degree murder. So you don't need anything more for first degree murder. I mean, for death penalty, what we should be focusing on is, are they guilty of first degree murder? If they're guilty for first degree murder, the punishment is the death penalty. Oh, life without parole. Y'all, let me tell y'all something. Y'all know I used to work for the IRS. And I was like, I know they're not talking about leave without pay. Please forgive me for that. Very blunt moment right there. Elwan made me think of leave without pay. I'm sorry, y'all. Wrong. Why didn't I think life without parole? But here's the thing: if they are convicted for first degree murder, the death penalty is a punishment for first degree murder. Y'all, please forgive me. Y'all know I still have family that works for the IRS, and recently I've been talking to one of my family members a lot about leave, like a lot about leave. So when I saw LWAP, and if y'all would have typed AWOL in here, I would have thought the same thing. No, it's not even working. It's literally, I've been talking to this family member about their leave, and like way too much. Way too much. So LWAP made me think about that. And I'm like, oh, that's not what they're talking about. So Lee, can you tell me, what do you mean by you don't think this is the case for death penalty? I don't really get into, I'm not going to say not really get into it, because I just feel like some crimes is justified. Why would this case not, why do you all think that this case is not a case for that? I think this is probably, this case, in my opinion, shows the premeditation. They thought this out. They planned this. They executed the plan. Why is it that you guys think that this one, as opposed to other DP cases, why do you think this one doesn't qualify? Executions. For me, Tay, I think it's the premeditation of it all. Why should I care whether it's DP or leave without parole? Life without parole. They didn't care to take that young man's life the way they did. So Leah, why do you think this was not severe? So when you say most severe circumstances, now you have to define what you consider severe. So Leah, I don't think so. For me, whether you kill one person or 6, you've still killed people. That's almost saying that my life, you know how there are some people who say I killed the one to save many. You know how people say that when if it were my child, I don't care. That one life meant a lot to me. So when we get to talking about the severity of the severity, right? So Amanda, so that ties into where those murders occurred too, right? I think for me with this case, I can see why DP is on the table. These people traveled to another city. They traveled to another city. They went through this city. They stalked. They hunted this man down. It's not just I saw him. It was a spur of the moment killing. I saw him at the club. We got into it. I pulled out my gun, and this is what happened. You know, flip this on me. What if everyone got life? So, Leah, you can't flip that on me like that just because I just think murder is murder. Murder is murder. I'm sorry. Murder is murder. Now, if we're going to talk about not everyone getting life, the death penalty, but when you talk about severity of the case, I do think the death penalty, they're case by case basis, right? It's a case by case basis, meaning like the instance that I just saw. Maybe I was out, me and this person get into it. Like there's a young boy. I'm glad we talked about this. I'm not a lawyer, but she posted a video of a boy, really young. I mean, he just seems like such a respectable young boy. His girlfriend walked up to him with a gun. They tussle over the gun. The girlfriend gets shot. That is not first degree murder. You know why? Because he didn't premeditate that. This lady walked on him with the gun, right? 25 when you're that young. Aaron, I just don't know. I don't know how I feel about Sean Gathright's rehabilitation. Therefore, we are saying I don't. So you'd have me as more people being involved, but we're talking about the actual murder. You may be talking about the actual conspiracy, saying that there are more than 4 people involved, but we're talking about the actual murder. These 4 people there. Young and Ace, Amanda, they say may get a RICO coming up at some point, which I could see. Will they win the RICO? I don't know. I don't know about that. But Sean Gathright being young, it's a possibility for rehabilitation. Even Isaiah Chance, even Alicia, no one sounds remorseful. And we're years removed past it, right? At this point, well, what are we, about 2 years? We're almost 2 years removed past it. At this point, do you think that maybe there will be some sort of remorse coming from someone? I do get theirs. They were young, right? But I don't know. I hear the rehabilitation, and for me, I would like to see show me that even now, because even now there should be some remorse, right? Now, should we have some remorse now? But Aaron, so Aaron, would you say it took them 45 years to change? Or with the rehabilitation, how long do we consider rehabilitation? Or Aaron, are you saying that they should get a lighter sentence, or are you saying like life without parole? Help me understand that part so that I can see. I will say there's no way Isaiah gets the DP. I don't know. Is it on the table for him? Lee, I want to say he may be the only one DP is not on the table for. I want to say he may be the only one I want to say someone said in the chat earlier. I can confirm that. I'll look it up. But DP may not be on the table for Isaiah. Yeah, it may not. Hey, Brad. Okay, Vitra. I think Vitra did say that. It's not on the table for Isaiah. So the jury doesn't even have to worry about him getting DP. I mean, listen, the jury could very well have these same arguments that we're having right now, and no one gets DP. Everyone gets life without parole. That could be it. That could be it.
Their shell casing.
Yes, sir, it does.
Same brand, MXT, same.
Yeah, I don't think
Yes,
it is for him. Well, yeah, that's what he said.
And states 10F is
Not
the
crying. It's
Foxtrot.
not. I'd be crying. It's not going to jail.
Close up of one of those.
I
shell
can't fathom
casings.
taking
Yes,
someone's
sir.
life.
And stage 10G is in golf. Is the tech again now holding one of those shell casings to document the head of the case?
Yes, sir.
Now, is it again consistent in ammunition manufacturer and caliber?
It is, yes, sir.
States 10H is in hotel. We're looking at the shrubbery or plants that are in the that little planter area just to the west of the, or to the east of the handicap spot. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we see an evidence marker 39.
Yes.
Okay.
Tay. True.
Evidence
Let me
marker
look, y'all.
39.
Let me look up that church again.
Just a more close-up photograph. And this is states 10I is in India. Hard to see. Does it appear to be marking a shell case?
It does, yes, sir.
Let's just make sure.
And states 10J is in Juliet.
That's a close-up of that shell casing.
Oh.
That's, being marked by evidence marker.
Okay, y'all. I just had to check. Isaiah is facing the death penalty as well. Potential death penalty too. They're seeking the death penalty for all 4 of the defendants in the case. So he's charged with first degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. So it's there. It is. I just had to look it up to see. Everyone is facing the death penalty. So that's all 4. All 4 of them are facing the death penalty. I don't know. This is updated as of today. So
39 in the bottom of the shrubs.
no, you're not wrong, Kathy. You're absolutely correct.
And
All
again,
4.
is the evidence, is that item picked up using gloves and using this piece of metal wire to hold it, and then documenting the head stamp?
Yes, sir.
And does the head of the case have the same ammunition manufacturer markings?
It does, yes, sir.
Is it the same caliber as the other shell case?
It is, yes, sir.
States
We're
10
still at the hotel.
L is in Lima. Is this a photograph of the second plant that's in that area that's just to the south of the other, or just to the side of it?
Let me look.
It is, yes, sir.
I don't want to lie. Let's look.
We see a marker in here, marker number 40.
I believe it's marking evidence to the bottom of that marker to the right.
Yep. States 10M.
Ooh, no, they do
You see
not.
the shell casing that's being marked.
Yes, sir.
No, they do not. It started Wednesday,
10N
right?
is in
This is
November.
day 2.
And again, crime
it
scene
was on Good
technician is
Friday.
holding this up with the wire, wearing gloves, and photographing the base of the shell casing.
So Tay just had me look this up. It only takes 8 jurors to vote yes for death penalty. 8 out of the 12. Only need 8 out of the 12. Yes, right, Amanda. 8 out of the 12. That's all you need. Woo!
Does the shell casing appear to be marked the same as the
Wow.
other shell casings?
Yes, sir, it does.
States 10-0 is an Oscar.
Wow.
Outside
I don't
of
know if
the
Miller's case. I think Miller's
area
gonna
of
have
the
another
plants
use.
now into the parking area,
Honestly.
we see evidence markers 41 and evidence marker 42. At evidence marker 41, does there appear to be another shell casing?
Yes, sir, it does.
States 10P is in Papa, and just a close-up of that shell casing.
Yes, sir.
States 10Q is in Quebec. Same process being followed by the crime scene tech.
Yes, sir.
Same markings on the shell casing.
Yes, sir.
States 10R is in Romeo. Evidence marker 42, another shell casing.
Yes, sir.
Close-up of the shell casing.
Yes, sir.
States 10 T, I think that's T as in Tango. Same process being followed,
Yes, sir.
and same markings on the base of the shell casing.
Yes, sir.
States
Miller's
10U
have
is
to
in
be 30?
uniform. Evidence marker 43 does appear to be another shell casing,
It does, yes, sir.
and
Wow.
evidence marker 44, another shell casing.
Yes, sir.
States 10V is in Victor. Just a close-up at evidence marker 43 of the shell casing.
Yes, sir.
States 10W is in Whiskey. Is the same process being followed here with that shell casing?
It is, yes, sir.
And is it marked the same as the other shell casing?
Yes, it is, sir.
States 10X is an X-ray. Evidence marker 44, another shell casing.
Yes, sir.
States 10Y is in Yankee. And this is the same process for collection of that evidence being followed by the tech.
Yes, it is.
And is that shell casing marked exactly the same as the others as far as manufacturer and caliber?
It is, yes, sir.
Stay with tender states 11A through 11U for admission into evidence.
I'm sorry, what was the number again?
11A through 11U.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Sonari?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petratus? Admitted?
Publishing states 11A is an alpha. We are moving now a little bit south into the parking lot. And we see evidence markers 40, 45, 49, and 48. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at all of these, well, let's start with 49. Well, actually, let's start at 45. Close up of states 45. This is states 11B is in Bravo. Do we see two shell casings?
Yes, sir.
States 11C is in Charlie. Is one of those being photographed in isolation?
Yes, sir.
And is that shell casing now in states 11D is in Delta being picked up with the gloves, with the wire, and the head stamp being photographed?
Yes, sir.
Same markings as the other shell casings.
Yes, sir. Same head stamp.
States 11E, still at evidence mark.
Do y'all mind if I if I go through the shell casings? Kathy, no one else. I think for me, and this is just like I have a black son who lives in Memphis, Tennessee. And one of the things that I even talked to my son about, I just like my son is just he's not the same person he was before he went to Memphis. Child, he says stuff, and I'm like, hold up, we need to have a talk. I mean, the things he may try to do in pictures, like, don't play that around me. Don't play with me. Like you live in the suburbs. You were raised in the suburbs. Although we can have fun, we can listen to whatever music we want to. Like, let's not forget. Let's not forget that this is just not your life. But there are, I don't know why this hood ghetto culture just it consumes children, and especially our boys, and a lot of girls too, because I've seen some girls and I'm just like, girl, why so rough? Why are you so rough? But I don't understand it. So even for like Isaiah and Sean, you guys, it seems like you guys grew up in great homes. I won't say great homes, let's say great areas. I don't know what their home life was like. But you weren't raised where there were crackheads on your corner. You're hearing gunshots all the time. That's not how you were raised. That's not what you were around. So I don't understand why it pulls our young men so much. I don't care what anyone says. I don't know anyone in the ghetto that just loves being there. Or anyone who grew up poor that says, yeah, I love growing up poor. I never met a person. I don't care how people try to say it made me tough. Baby, but if you didn't have to do that, then I'm sure you wouldn't choose that. I don't choose a rough life. I don't want it. I don't want it. And I think, like you said, yeah, Kathy, artists have to do a better job of just being real. Hell, you did not want to be there. Now, I didn't grow up the poorest of poor or anything, but damn it, if my mother could have been rich, I wouldn't be mad. I would not have been upset. Sorry, I just wouldn't have. But yeah, we're gonna zoom through him in these shell casings because I think this man is going through every bullet he found on the scene. I mean, I get it. It shows how, y'all, it's 2 hours and he's still talking about bullets. Yeah. I know this not still him. Uh-uh. Oh, I kind of wanted to see this, guys. Okay, I wanted to see this part. I get what he's doing. He needs to show the magnitude of what they did. He needs to show that. Girl, Ashley, you know, all of this time, if you've noticed, I've been saying Tay. I thought Tay changed her username. Hey, Ashley, I thought Tay changed her username. I've been calling you Tay this whole time as I've been talking to you. Because I don't know what picture that is. But I thought this was Resilient Tay and she just changed her name. But yeah, that man talked about every single bullet. Actually, I didn't know what that was. I feel so crazy.
It appears so, yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, good. We get to see the Impala. Lexi, he wrong for going through. Well, I mean, I get what he wanted to do. He wanted to show them they fired so many bullets this night.
The second car. Does that appear to be the same car that had passed earlier?
Yes, sir.
And then we have a second car.
That's correct.
The first car, the black car, did that end up being a Chevy Impala?
It did, yes, sir.
That became a suspect vehicle in this case.
Yes, sir.
The second car, is that a silver Chevy Cruze?
It is, yes, sir.
And did that become a suspect car in this case?
It did, yes, sir.
And it appears the Cruze just did a 3-point turn and turned back around to
That's
head to
correct.
the south.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Yes, Kathy.
So would it be fair to say this camera is facing in that same oblique direction as the car we were looking at, so to the northeast,
Yes, sir.
towards the western side of the hotel?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we didn't see
The
the
people who just ran by in the videos that were later collected from the hotel, did they appear to be consistent with the shooters
They do, yes, sir.
and how they're dressed?
Yes, sir.
And did they appear to be carrying weapons?
Yes, they did.
There they go speeding
the
up.
Dodge
No, that's
Charger?
the Charger.
It is.
And again, the two shooters?
Yes, sir.
Oh, more shots.
Now, is this a different camera?
Yes, sir. This is the rear camera or rear facing camera.
Is that on the northwestern side of the vehicle?
Yes,
Hmm.
Is this a third shooter being reflected?
it is.
That's real Stephanie.
Does, in this video, can we see one of the charging stations?
Yes, we can. Yes, sir.
That was an alarm, not gunshots. That wasn't him.
And does that one appear to be hooked up to the car?
It does.
Thank you, Kay Schmidt. Thank you. That was the Tesla, y'all. That wasn't the gunshots. Lord, I bet they mad that Tesla was right there. Those were the Tesla
Does that
lights.
appear to be the same person that came by earlier?
It does. Yes, sir.
We saw some white flashing, but then we saw a consistent, persistent flashing. That second flashing,
Oh.
what was that?
I believe the vehicle's actual security system activating with the lights flashing.
In this view, did we see that same third shooter run past both charging stations on the rear of
That
the
damn
Tesla?
Tesla.
Yes, sir.
Is that what this camera, where it's mounted and where it's, I guess, recording from?
Yes, sir. Right above the tag.
Wow.
Is that the same third shooter individual?
It is, yes, sir.
Oh,
We saw
okay.
him firing
See
a
this
rifle.
better
Yes,
now.
sir.
Is this another camera on the car?
Yes, sir. It's the passenger side camera.
So the Tesla was facing out of the parking spot?
Yes, it was.
Same individual?
Yes, sir.
Really, Alice? Wait a minute, this is another view from the Tesla?
Is that the headlights of the Charger?
Yes, sir.
I didn't know we had multiple views from the Tesla.
Is this the original camera position we were looking at?
It is, yes, sir.
And does it show the flashing lights of the alarm system?
Yes, sir.
Listen, Alice, the Tesla camera. Listen, don't commit a crime by Tesla. Wow.
Detective, did you and Detective Kirkpatrick also investigate the surveillance video system of the hotel?
Yes, we did, sir.
And were you able to find and locate video recording from around the time of the shooting incident, several minutes before and several minutes after?
Yes, sir.
And did that system contain multiple cameras around the perimeter of the hotel?
It did, yes, sir.
Did you collect video from multiple cameras, both on the eastern side, the western side, the northern side of the home to suites?
Yes, sir.
So have you seen this exhibit in a composite showing multiple camera views around,
Yes, sir.
tracking the vehicles as they enter the parking lot?
That's correct, yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, we're going to publish States 22A.
Okay.
Tesla has like 16
So if you
cameras.
can assist us with some narration here, is this the Impala entering the parking lot?
It is, yes, sir.
And is it heading now northbound on the eastern side?
It is, yes, sir.
Continuing northbound?
Yes, sir.
They think it's a game mission.
Is that vehicle now passing into the northern end of the parking lot?
It is, yes, sir.
No, that's real though, Alice.
And now is that vehicle on the western side of the home to suites,
Yes, sir.
facing south,
Yes, sir.
and it would have just passed the Tesla?
It would have, yes, sir.
I mean, that camera. Hell, I need the camera video to stream with. It is clear. It is very
Does it appear to
clear.
now be turning and heading back to the north?
Yes, sir.
And does it do that just to the north of the edge of the southern end of the hotel?
Yes, sir.
Now, this camera, is this on the southern end of the hotel facing south, and then another camera facing southwest?
Yes, sir.
Baby, that camera is
And
clear.
we see the Chevy Cruze again.
Yes, we do.
And is it now on the western side of the hotel,
It is.
near the Tesla?
Yes, sir.
And that's, again, the Tesla being worked in with the hotel cameras,
Yes, sir.
okay, in this composite.
I'm about to say now this is hotel. The other one.
The
I mean,
hotel
Tesla, the other
recording
one's hotel,
system,
right?
the cameras, especially the ones showing the portico from both ends, was the timestamp on that determined to be a couple of minutes slow?
Yes, sir. It was 1 minute and 45 seconds slow, I believe.
1 minute and 45 seconds. So to get real time, we would have to add 1 minute and 45 seconds to the time being reflected.
That's correct.
Date was correct.
It was, yes, sir.
the very top of that video, could you see the Impala parking?
It is, sir, yeah, backing into a space.
Right, and now the cruise is leaving.
Yes, sir.
4 in the morning, this car creeping by y'all.
Which
creep back
direction
by
does the
y'all.
cruise
They went on point.
turn onto 40th McKinley?
Southbound, sir.
That would take it in the direction of the Moffitt Cancer Center down south of there.
Yes.
And this is again the Tesla we saw earlier. Video
Yes, sir.
from the Tesla.
They sure paint the picture, I tell you that. Oh, we didn't see this, y'all. Oh, dang.
Do we see here the collision between the fleeing Altima?
Yes, sir.
They ran right into them.
Does it appear
Almost
that
got
the
it.
shooter who was near the tree bumped into the bottom of the tree with his head?
Yes, sir.
Damn.
Does it appear
Now, we didn't see
one
all
the
of this.
shooters ran through the patio area?
To
Yes,
get to him. Rashad.
And then came out running past the Tesla?
Yes, sir.
And they go to Tesla like.
From the sequence of events, when the third shooter who went behind the Tesla charging stations, when he comes back up and is firing his weapon in rapid fire down the western side of the hotel, does that appear to set off the alarm system on the car there?
We're going to object. The state continues to narrate the video. I think they can ask what the detective saw, but not narrating what the state believes is on the case.
You're leading. So, Mr. Harmons, just rephrase your question.
Sure.
I get it is.
The alarm system that goes off on the
Yes,
car,
it
does that appear to you to be at a time near
I'm not
the
the one
shooter shooting up the west side of the hotel?
It does, yes, sir.
Do you believe there was some association between the two?
I do, sir, yes.
What do you believe happened there?
Just the overpressure and concussion of the shots being fired from a rifle in close proximity to the vehicle would have created enough vibration to trigger an alarm system, similar to like a firework being ignited next to a car that's equipped with an alarm.
I know he was out of pocket for narrating, but I didn't mind it because help me out. Help me out. Tell me what's going on. I think I know what you're talking about, Alice, but when I looked up, it was about to leave, but I could clearly see the side of his face. And I'm like, that's Sean. Ooh, Amanda, he was 18 though. He was an adult.
Oh, I did. That's fine.
Where you been, Laura? Because I could have sworn I saw you say something. Maybe that was no.
Oh, excuse me. No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi,
No questions, John.
Mr. Wise,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh God. Now he the main one shouldn't have nothing asked. I thought he was 8. I thought he was 18 when this happened. Well, Isaiah wasn't.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
I want to just go back over a few of the things we heard about this morning. A lot of evidence was collected at the crime scene.
Mhm.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Among those things, numerous 9mm casings, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think we heard 31.
Yes, sir.
And 29 of those, I believe you said, were turned over to ATF for further processing, correct?
30 of them.
30 of them.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
And when these casings and any of these items are collected, it's typically done by crime scene technicians.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And you oversee that. Right?
That's correct.
But you want to ensure that all of these items are kept in the natural state they're in when they're found, so that they can be preserved for testing later.
Yes, sir.
And one of the things ATF was able to do, and one of the reasons it was turned over to them, these casings, is they have a process to actually test these casings for potential DNA.
That's correct.
And then they also can do other, forensic testing to try to potentially match the casings to each other and to a gun.
Yes, sir.
And that was the reason that one of them also was kept for TPD, not for the DNA testing, but for brass track sniping comparison. Right?
Yes, sir.
And that's the process, or one of the processes by which casings can be compared to one another.
Yes, sir.
You also collected, I think we heard a lot about this, but several projectiles, correct?
Yes, sir.
And not just whole projectiles. For instance, I'll show you what is in evidence is 9C. I'd like to show you what's already in evidence is 9C. Is that a projectile?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that one is, it looks to be in pretty well intact. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And some of them, for instance, 9G would be fragments from a projectile, correct?
Yes, sir.
Laura, hold up. I gotta tell Mariah to come here, y'all. Hold up.
One of the important characteristics that you might be looking for in these fragments, we can see it somewhat, for instance, in this one, 9T, would be these striations in the projectile, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's rifling.
Usually rifling could be the crimping at the edge. Depends on where it is on it itself. But generally rifling, yes, sir.
And rifling, and this may have been covered this morning, but rifling, those are the marks that are left behind on a projectile from the barrel that the projectile travels through, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And that can be important in an investigation like this because firearms examiners can compare those riflings to other projectiles and to potentially other firearms to determine what caliber the projectile may be and what firearm might have fired it, correct?
Yes, sir.
So any projectiles that you find are pretty critical pieces of evidence, correct?
Yes, depending on the quality of the evidence, but yes.
Sure.
It's crucial to find them.
Some may be so broken up they can't be abused, right?
That's correct.
Some, especially any that have rifling left on them, can potentially be pretty important.
Yes, sir.
And then I don't know if this was covered, but you didn't only collect projectiles from the scene of the shooting, but I believe the next day you actually also collected several projectiles from the Dodge Charger as well, correct?
Fragments, but yes, sir.
Fragments. And it was what, maybe about 8 or so fragments collected from the Dodge Charger?
I'd have to refer to my report, but that sounds about right.
You listed them in your report, right?
I did,
Each specific one?
Yes.
Okay, here. Yeah, I had to. I had to go get Mariah because I had to show her that super chat. I said, Mariah, this is terrible that people know you like this.
You ain't wrong when you're right. That's all I gotta say. Yeah.
I said, it is terrible that people know this about you. People shouldn't feel like this about you. Wow. That's terrible.
Let's not play these games.
That is so terrible. I had to go get her so she could read this super chat. It's not just me. It is not just me that knows these things about this girl.
That was my favorite comment. I was reading all of them. That made my days. I don't know what she's talking about.
I had to. This is terrible. But her favorite shade is Mariah. Terrible, terrible, terrible. She said, no, it's not. See, Laura, you always taking up for her. You always taking up for her. And thank you for the super chat, Laura. But I had to go get her. I had to go get her so she could come and see the foolishness. People know this foolishness about her.
It is my favorite shade. I'm gonna tell you. You're right. Dummy. Y'all, she's so bitter about it. She came in, she like, look at what they talking about.
I said, Mariah, you gotta come look at this super chat. Because this is absolutely terrible. It's terrible that everyone knows this about this child.
You can't be happy around Barchi. Can they hear her?
Yeah,
Probably.
they can hear her.
She's so irritating.
Barty doesn't want her this close to me. I'm sure that's what it is.
Sorry, guys. Well, what are you doing? Court?
Yeah, we're
I'm gonna say
watching.
enjoy the rest of your tour.
Yeah.
Have fun with court, y'all. Bye, y'all.
Julio Foolio. Bye, girl. That is so terrible. I had to go get her so she can see. Girl, everybody knows how terrible you are, and that is so sad. That is so sad. Barchi, please let's not. Okay, y'all. Here we go. My bad. I had to go get her though.
And again, those are pretty important because these are projectiles coming from the shooter who likely would have killed Mr. Jones, right?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Petridis? Okay, redirect, Mr. Harmon?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective, counsel for Mr. Gathright just brought up NIBIN, so I want to talk to you about that. NIBIN is a process where shell casings are put into a system, and there's a screening process to see if they may be related to other shell casings that have been collected in other crimes or scenes.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
But even if they're associated, that is simply a screening process, correct?
Yes, sir. The bullet or the fragment that's, or actually in this case, the casing for NIBIN that's being analyzed would eventually have to go to a crime laboratory for an actual microscopic comparison.
So that's just an investigative tool that may lead to evidence that you would then submit to a firearms examiner or analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
It's just for investigative leads.
Okay. And then you would base your findings or your investigation on the findings of that firearm analyst, correct?
That's correct.
And you have submitted evidence to the firearms lab at FDLE in the past?
I have, yes, sir.
How many times?
More than I can count, especially in 5 years in homicide and 2 years, almost 2 years in the gun unit. A lot.
Okay, a lot. And do you rely upon their findings?
Yes.
And you've been asked about the importance of projectiles and items located in crime scenes like this from firearms, as to whether they are potentially important or critical evidence or and you responded, it depends on the quality of the item, correct?
That's correct.
It depends on whether it has characteristics that lend itself to comparison.
That's correct.
So if you have an item like the ones we saw where you have a flattened piece of lead with no rifling on it and no striations on it, that is of zero quality to a firearms analyst, isn't it?
Okay, can I say that I think that this is, for me, this is an important part that he's talking about right now, because I just couldn't understand why we had so many shell casings, right? I mean, you saw it, so many, and we are having a hard time matching them to anything. Well, one, we know we know both rifles had brass catchers. The 9mm obviously had something on it, because that gun is gone, so we don't have anything even to compare it to. And then we did see pictures of projectiles that were not in a state to be tested against anything properly. So I do think this is important right here, what he's talking about.
That's correct.
Those cannot be compared to any rifle or to anything.
That's correct.
It's only items that touch the inside of the barrel where the rifling is that actually have imparted rifling where you could potentially compare it.
Yes, sir. We usually
Okay.
send off more whole pieces, whole bullets, whole projectiles that we can get that have limited deformities to them, because we know that that's
Right.
best quality evidence.
Now, in this scene, you had
Alice, right.
31 shell casings, correct?
Yes, sir. 31.
All right. So at least 31 9mm projectiles were fired.
We didn't have that
correct?
gun. It's
Yes, sir.
gone.
All right. And if those 9mm projectiles were recovered, you would not expect them to match an AR rifle that is chambered in 300 out or 5.56, right?
No,
Facts.
Different caliber class, right?
that's correct.
And if, like you were talking about, a high-powered, high-pressure, the same pressure that set off the
Cleaning it
alarm
on
of the
up.
Tesla, if that high-powered round passes through automotive glass or sheet metal and fragments, like the rounds or the articles that you found inside of or may have collected from the Charger, and they fragment away from the jacket, or even the jacket is separated and it fragments, you can have items that have no quality or maybe some quality, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I can rephrase.
Yes.
If they fragment and the jacketing either departs from the core of the bullet or is deformed in some way, would you expect it to have value for comparison
No.
to a rifle or to any other
This
item?
makes
No,
a lot
some
of
of those fragments when they start separating are almost microscopic.
Nothing else.
Okay. This
clean
was
that on up for
excuse
me.
subject to recall. Okay, thank you, Detective. You're free to go. State, you have a quick witness?
I do, Your Honor. I would like to call Joa Randolph.
Look at me stopping. But Kathy, I feel like he just cleared up why a lot of stuff isn't matching. One, remember the 2 rifles, they're brass catchers on those rifles. So of course there were no shell casings on the scene from the rifles because they had brass catchers on the guns. The 9mm. He just talked about how these 9mm, some of them just weren't, there was no testing to do, let alone we don't have the weapon. They don't have that 9mm. They know Rashad had a 9mm, but they don't have the weapon. So for me, I think he did a good job of trying to explain why we are where we are as far as the testing is concerned. And then we saw pictures. Some of those shell casings were flattened. Some of them went through walls. Some of them went through cars. And so that changed the state of the actual projectile. So I'm not saying this for every last one, but at least it kind of gives us an explanation why they had a hard time matching it. Here's the first witness, Alice.
And so before we bring the witness in,
I'm not gonna be
I
showing.
want to alert the media that this is a witness that has requested that their identity not be portrayed as they're testifying. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Rhonda, I don't know what wiggle room the boys have. This is Arjane. Ajane, what was her name? Miss Johnson, I woke up now. Lord, that's what Miss Jefferson was saying. My memory's just not the best these days. Kathy, that's interesting. But even when the girl, are y'all thinking Fat Boy is a stud? Because even when you look at the text messaging, she was using he as a pronoun. So I don't know.
I have the ones I need.
Testimony you're about to give this. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Randolph, I'm going to ask you to kind of get a little bit close to the microphone because I know that you're a little soft-spoken. Please state your full name for the record.
Aja Randolph.
Okay, that's way.
Aja, I had her name way
Check your
wrong.
voice a little bit. Let me see where that microphone is. I'm gonna lean the microphone and try and speak up because if I'm having.
What city do you live in?
Jacksonville.
How long have you lived in Jacksonville?
My whole life.
Can you get
My whole life.
your whole life? Okay. And do you know somebody by the name of Charles Jones?
Yes.
How long have you known Charles Jones?
Since 6th grade.
6th grade?
Mhm.
And when you speak, I'm going to ask you to kind of to get really close to that mic because it projects your voice out. You said that you know Mr. Jones since the 6th grade. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Jones, did he like to rap?
Yes.
Did he do that even in grade school?
Yes.
Does he have a nickname now that he was an adult?
Yes.
What was his nickname?
Julio.
And was there another part to that? Was there a name before Foolio that sometimes he also went by?
I guess Julio Foolio.
Julio Foolio? Okay.
Julio regularly.
And let's go to June 22nd of 2024. Did you come down to Tampa during that weekend?
Yes.
Okay. And was that a Saturday?
I don't know.
Do you know if it was the weekend?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you come down to Tampa from Jacksonville during that weekend?
Money.
You said Monty.
Mhm.
Is that a nickname for somebody by the name of Armani Turner?
Yes.
How do you know Armani Turner?
We're friends.
Friends. And how long have you been friends with Miss Armani Turner?
Scared.
7 years.
7 years.
Yes.
Back in June of 2024, was Armani Turner, was she dating Charles Jones?
Yes.
And you said you traveled down with her. Is that correct? From Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yes.
And how did you get here?
A car.
A car. Who owned that car?
Money.
Okay, so it was Armani Turner's car. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's already in evidence. States Exhibit 2E. Can you see that on your screen? And I'm going to, let me take that out of Zoom. Do you see that vehicle, ma'am?
Yes.
And do you recognize that car?
Yes.
And whose car is that?
Money.
Armani's? Okay. And I
Why
know that
can't
you
she
keep calling her
whisper at
Armani.
this
I'm going to
point?
formally call her Miss Turner, okay?
Okay.
But I know that that's how you know her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you came down in that vehicle with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did you come to Tampa that weekend with Armani Turner?
For Charles' birthday.
For Charles Jones' birthday?
Yes.
There was a celebration here in Tampa.
Yes.
And where was that celebration going to be?
At a club. I
At a
guess.
club? Okay. And where were you going to stay overnight?
A B&B.
An Airbnb?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Tampa?
No.
Did you know what the address of that Airbnb was?
No.
Was that somewhere located near Tampa?
I thought it was Tampa.
It was in Tampa. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
Unless
You're
he's
not
not
sure.
looking at her.
So you went to an Airbnb on Saturday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there anyone else with you in the car and Armani Turner coming from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yes.
Who else was with you?
He had to look up, like, answer.
Trying to think of the name.
Oh,
She's
can't remember the name. Was there another, was there a gentleman that was with you?
Yes.
scared. I get it.
And does Xavier Edwards, does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Sustained as to leading.
Were you familiar with all of the names of the people that were involved at that Airbnb with you and Miss Armani Turner?
Kind of.
Had you previously given testimony in this case regarding who you were with and who you drove from Tampa with Armani Turner?
Yes.
With looking at your prior testimony, would that help refresh your recollection?
No, Xavier was with us.
So does that, okay, you do remember that the person was named Xavier?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was just the three of you coming from Jacksonville to Tampa, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you went to an Airbnb. Who was at the Airbnb when you arrived?
Other people, I guess people who came down there, people from there, Charles and whoever came with them.
Okay. And you said there were already people there. What time do you think that you arrived?
11:45, 11:50, something like that.
And a few hours later, that boy was gone.
Are we talking in the
PM.
PM at night, right? So it's pretty late at night. And you said that Charles Jones was there, is that correct?
Yes.
And there were some other people from Jacksonville?
Yes.
Did you know all of the people that were there?
No.
Did you know some of the people that were there?
When she won't.
Who were some of the other people that you knew who were there at the Airbnb?
Charles, Gino, Robert.
We're going to take it one at a time. You said Charles Jones, is that correct?
Yes, Gino and Robert.
Gino and Robert. Gino Norris and Robert Howard?
Yes,
You had met all of those people before, is that correct?
correct.
And were there other individuals there that you said that you did not know who they were?
Yes.
While you were at the Airbnb, did anything unusual, any sort of fights or any problems break out at the Airbnb?
No.
At some point, did law enforcement respond to the Airbnb?
Get that camera off.
Why did law enforcement respond
He
there?
is zoned out.
I'm not sure.
Not sure. At some point, did you and everybody who was at the Airbnb have to pack up and leave out of the Airbnb?
Yes.
And did you help do that?
Yes.
And what about Miss Turner? Did she
I'm
also
really scared
assist?
for him.
Yes.
And after you had packed up, what did you do at that point?
Went to the performance.
Okay, to the clubs, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what the name of the clubs were?
I never knew them.
You never knew the names?
No.
He is medicated.
Going back to the Airbnb before you left, were there people that were partying at the Airbnb?
Yes, they had already left before the police came.
Okay. So there were only a few people there when the police actually showed up, is that correct?
Yes.
During that night after you had arrived at the Airbnb, had you been drinking at all?
Yes.
And even though, how much did you have to drink, if you can tell us, if you remember?
Not that much.
So you still remember the night of that evening pretty well?
I won't forget it.
I know you won't.
And so at that Airbnb, were there times where your friend Charles Jones that he went on Instagram Live?
Not while I was there.
Not when you were there. Were there times during the night that you saw him go on Instagram Live?
No.
Do you remember being at a club with him?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember kind of going up to the steps with one of the clubs?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember him at that point, anytime during that point of him going on Instagram?
No.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. Let's back up a little bit. When you are leaving the Airbnb and going to the clubs, who are you riding with?
Armani.
Armani. In the same car, that Hyundai that we just showed in States Exhibit 2E?
Yes.
Is there anyone with you and Armani Turner when you are leaving the Airbnb and going to the clubs?
No, it's just me and Armani in the car.
Was there, at some point, were you following anyone to get to the clubs?
We was behind Charles' car from the B&B to the first club, from the first club to the second club. We was literally where he went, we went. He didn't go nowhere without us.
And who was driving?
Armani.
And you said that she was following Charles Jones, is that correct?
Yes.
Did she know where she was going?
No, we just follow his car.
And you said from club to club, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know or pay attention to where those clubs were located?
I don't know the city.
And at any of the clubs that you were with that night with Charles Jones and Armani Turner, were there any issues or any problems during those two places where you were at the clubs?
No.
What happened after the clubs?
We was looking for somewhere to go.
Because the Airbnb was no longer available, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what happened? Where did you go after the last club that you were at with Miss Armani Turner and Charles Jones?
We went to a hotel.
A hotel. Okay. Do you remember the name of the hotel?
No.
And so how many cars go to the hotel that are involved with Charles Jones' party?
3.
3, is that correct?
Yes.
So again, did you and Armani Turner follow Charles Jones' vehicle to a hotel?
Yes.
And you said that there was another car, is that correct?
Yes.
What happens when you get to that hotel?
We were sitting in the car and he went in to go check on the reservations he had made while we was in the last club. And he comes out and he called us and was like, see if we could find another hotel because they said they gave the reservations away. And then we was looking for somewhere else to go because somebody else called and said everything in Tampa was booked up. So they had to go back towards the B&B. And as we were doing that, we started getting shot at.
I'm going to stop you a little bit and back up a little bit. You said he went back into the hotel. Who are you referring to?
Charles went to the hotel to check on the reservations he made. He came back out, got in the car, called us, and said we got to fly somewhere else because they gave away the reservations. And that's when we started hearing gunshots.
And you are still in the vehicle, the Hyundai with Miss Armani Turner, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there anyone else in the vehicle at that time when you went from the last club to the hotel?
Robert.
Robert, are you referring to Robert Howard?
Yes.
So he was also in the vehicle with you and Armani Turner, is that correct?
Correct.
And then Charles Jones was in his vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm gonna go ahead and put 2E back on the screen. Do you also see the vehicle belonging to Charles Jones in this picture?
Yes.
And can you tell us what vehicle, where that's located in the photo?
The black Charger.
It's right here, is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, the one that I'm pointing to that is to the left of the photograph.
Yes.
And is that the vehicle that Armani Turner was following all night?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to getting to the hotel, did you or Armani Turner or anyone with you, or you yourself see or be alerted to anyone following you?
No.
Were you paying attention or expecting any of that to happen?
No, I was out the window.
And you said at some point you were at the hotel, is that correct? And Charles Jones comes back out.
Yes.
And you're just seated in your vehicle, or I'm sorry, in Armani Turner's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And where are you seated in the vehicle?
Either the passenger seat or in the back seat.
And you don't remember where you were seated?
No. I was in both because we were sitting for like a little minute, so I went back and forth. At the time that the gun started going off, I don't know if I was in the front or the back.
So during different rides that night, you had changed your position, is that correct?
I changed when we was sitting in front of the hotel.
Okay. And so what happened? You said you started hearing shooting, is that correct?
Correct.
What happened when you heard the shooting?
We was trying to figure out where it was coming from, and then as it got louder, we started to drive off, and then we
because they started from the back.
car that was with us.
And who was driving at that point?
Monty was still driving.
And you said that she ended up hitting the other car that was with your party, is that correct? Did you know who was in the other car?
I think his cousin or Charles' cousin or something.
Charles Jones' cousin, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know what his name was?
No, I don't know him.
What happened after those two cars, Armani, the car that you were in, and the other car hit each other?
We pulled off. I guess we went separate ways, and we was driving down the street, and we seen another car pull out, and we thought that was Charles' car, so we turned around, but that car kept going. So then we rode down the street and
One of the shooters.
found the police officer and told them we just got shot at, and then they wasn't listening, so we got back in the car and rode off, and they started following us, and we just led them back to the hotel and drove around until we found Charles' car.
Okay. And was that the first time in states 2E where they're positioned? Is that the first time after you had left the
Right,
parking
kid.
lot that you saw Charles Jones' vehicle again?
Yes.
And was
Wanda, it's
that,
her.
and then I'm going to go to 2E. Oh, hold on.
It's Miss Randolph. She is just talking really, really low.
Oh, is that I touched you? And are these the positions that? the
Oh, yes,
vehicles
right here
ended
to
up
look
in,
nice.
when you came back?
Yes, we stopped right here because we seen the car and the doors open.
And when you got out of the vehicle, you said law enforcement at that point had been following you. Is that correct?
Yes.
What happened when you got out of the vehicle, when you were back at that scene in front of the hotel?
They pulled guns on us and tried
Ooh.
to arrest us.
Ooh.
Run away from them.
And were you upset at that point?
Yes,
Okay. And what did you say at that point?
we just got shot at.
So you're trying to explain what happened?
Yes,
And eventually, did law enforcement then respond into the hotel?
yes,
And were there also law enforcement officers from the University of South Florida there?
I don't know.
Okay. Were there some law enforcement officers that stayed with you and got information from you and Ms. Turner and Mr. Howard?
Yes,
Did you see from where you were seated, and when you got out of the vehicle, could you see into the black Dodge Charger?
when I got out the car, I could see into his car.
And what did you see, ma'am?
A person.
Did you recognize the person that was in the vehicle?
I didn't know exactly that it was him, but I did see somebody.
Could you see any sort of movement at that point?
No,
And other than that person that you saw, did you see anyone else near the vehicle at that time?
no, it was only one person.
I'm going to show you what's been
Poor child.
already into evidence 2B6.
Do I gotta watch this?
We're not gonna show all of it. I'm gonna have her stop it. I'm just gonna ask you where your vehicle is and who's in each vehicle that you are aware of, okay? Yep. Stop it right there. Okay, ma'am, you see where the black Charger is in this vehicle? I'm sorry, in this video, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Where is Armani Turner's vehicle, the vehicle that you are in this video?
directly behind it.
Okay. And so that is the vehicle behind the black Charger under the portico, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Where is the other vehicle that is his cousin? Where is that located?
on the side of the driver's side.
Okay. And you're saying driver's side, or you're kind of pointing. Is it the vehicle with the lights on that's kind of faced in the other direction, not under the portico? Ma'am, if you want to turn behind you, do you see there's a big giant video up there? Can you point out where the friend's car is?
I believe it's the car under the port that's right next to us.
Okay. Can we, hold on one second.
Because his car wasn't facing the same direction that we were facing. It was facing the opposite way.
Right. We're going to play just a portion of it. Can you fast forward it to where they're moving?
I hate to feel so bad. I mean, him crying in court would not have moved me one way or the other. You crying because you can't see your mama would not move me. This boy is 6 feet under. He'll never see his mother again. And I can't feel bad for any person who can do this right here. Had they just gotten Foolio, then that would be some type of logic to what they did. Hitting the rest of these people, four other people got hit. Like maybe 25, 30 other people's lives were in danger. No, you're crying because you got caught. You're not crying because you feel bad. You're not crying because you feel bad, and I can't feel bad for you. I just can't. I be trying to. I just can't. I can't feel bad for him. This was so senseless. It didn't have to happen. You could have caught that boy by himself anytime. You chose to catch him when he was surrounded by other people. This just complete disregard. Ashley, 2 people in the car with Julio were shot. A girl in another car was shot.
Stamp of 622. Do you
Was
see
it people that
Armani
shot
Turner's
you?
car backing out?
Yes.
Not only that, Ashley, people were here for college tours, family vacations, bullets in their rooms. They woke up in the middle of the night to bullets. There were over 50 or so gunshots in that car alone. They collected 39. They just were shooting. Just shooting. I don't feel bad for them. They are exactly where they're supposed to be. This was very reckless. No thought to any of this. The beef was with Foolio. It should have been with Foolio. This was reckless. Oh, okay. Thank you, Lord. Yeah, it was reckless. Just imagine you sleeping with your child.
And is that the friend's car?
Just imagine. I'm about to get ready to go to Tampa. Just imagine I'm in Tampa with my child, and I'm woke up at 4 a.m. to gunshots. That is so reckless. I don't feel bad. Cry. I hope you cry all day, every night. That is reckless.
That crashed into her?
Yes.
They could have caught him in Jacksonville. You could have.
After you guys got back to the scene
I
and
can't
were
remember.
able to
Maybe one of the
provide
employees.
statements to law enforcement, did you see any other
Well, I think
people
he got the big
that were from the original party at that scene?
Yes.
Okay. Did other people start to show up at that scene after law enforcement had arrived?
Yes.
Do you know who Aaliyah Albritton is?
No.
Had you ever met her before?
I know
You
that's
said
my
that there
answer.
were people
Nope.
from Jacksonville who you were not aware of. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, did Charles Jones, did his mother arrive at the scene as well?
I wasn't there when she got
How
there.
far is
That you
Jacksonville?
had already left at that point?
Yes.
Did y'all say 3 hours? I think they
Did
said
you,
200 miles or so.
when you first got back there and you saw one person in the scene, had you seen what happened to Gino Norris?
No.
Had you seen what happened to Xavier Edwards at that point?
No. When I seen them, they was coming out on a stretcher.
And that you had already been back there when the ambulance had arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you recognize both of them being taken out?
Yes.
I want to ask you a little bit more about Charles Jones. You said that he was a rapper, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that he
Okay.
does drill raps?
Yes.
Did you listen to a lot of his music?
No.
Were you aware whether or not that he was involved with a gang called Six Block?
No.
Yes.
Is that something that you talked about or wanted to know about?
No, they don't have nothing to do with me.
But you
In
knew.
Jacksonville, though, are you aware that there are groups or rival groups that are opposed to one another based on the neighborhood?
Something like that.
But again, something that you don't want to get
Yeah.
involved in. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may I have one moment. Yes. Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
He's going to ask you about Robert Howard.
Ms. Randolph, you know Kenny Caps, right?
I knew it.
Yes.
You know Tay-Tay, right?
No.
Are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of McCray, Tafia McCray?
No.
Well, what's that name? Tafia McCray. I can't remember it. Oh, the cousin.
And you said you're not aware of a person by the name of Aaliyah Albritton?
Correct. Don't know her.
How about Zay or Omerta 55? You know 55?
Xavier, yes.
Okay. And for a portion of the time that you guys were in Tampa and you were going from place to place, some of those rides, Kenny Caps was with you, correct?
Where are we going with this?
One part of it?
Yes.
Aisha, yeah.
Do you recall which part of your trip
That's the
he was
cousin.
with you?
Yes.
From where to where?
Leaving the second club on the way to the hotel.
Okay. And so there were two clubs you went to, right? One was a strip club.
Yes.
Do you remember the name of that club?
I never knew the name. I just said,
If I were to tell you teaser, does
Alice,
that ring a bell, or you just don't remember, don't know?
no, I just don't know.
And the second club, do you remember what the name of that club was?
After spot? After
Man,
spot.
she
It's
know.
like an after, a place that doesn't open till late at night to early in the morning.
Yes.
Would the name Truth 18, does that sound familiar to you or no?
No.
So from the strip club to Truth 18, do you know who was in the Charger? And it may take you a minute to kind of think about it because of there being 3 cars.
No. Charles, Gino, and Xavier.
I'm sorry, Charles, Gino, and,
Xavier.
okay. And do you know who drove that Charger on that particular stretch from the strip club to the second club?
No.
I know he got a point. I'm just trying to find it.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise,
Yeah,
any
we don't.
questions? Mr. Petridis, any questions? Okay, redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
You're free to go.
I don't get that, but I'm gonna need to figure out what are you trying to do with Robert Howard. Well, y'all remember how just sweet Robert Howard was on that set? He was so respectful. I said, Lord, all these boys be bad as hell and be
All
so
right, members of the
respectful.
jury, it's 12:17, so we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess. We will reconvene at 1:15.
I do not think Robert Howard is involved. I just don't, Shay. I keep hearing that. People keep saying that. Me personally, I just don't. I don't think he was involved. I think him not talking to the police, given his background, given this rep he has in the hood, whatever, I would expect him not to cooperate with the police. He didn't do anything I would not expect him to do. As far as these cars are concerned, it seemed like it was a group of them. I'm getting in the car with you, I get in the car with you. Guess what? The cars still, they were all in harm's way. They were all in harm's way. So I just don't think a person would set someone up and then you're there, you about to get shot. I don't think that. I think Robert Howard out of the group is he's the person I would point to if I wanted to say someone was involved. Why? Based on his own testimony. He was actually in communication with the shooters. I will also say it sounds like, and I mean, this is just from the last trial. It sounds like these boys would often talk to their ops, like sit on the phone with them. It sounds like they would do this. It just is. I don't know. This seems to be normal for them. It seems normal for girls because y'all, they all went to middle school together. These kids went to 6th, 7th, 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade together. So it makes sense that some of these girls are friends with Ace, friends with Foolio. They consider themselves neutral. Gino was asleep. These kids knew each other. So, when it comes to Robert Howard, I don't think he was involved. I keep seeing people say that, but if you're going to, it would have made me believe it if for some reason he was nowhere near him when everything happened, but he was in harm's way too. So yes, Aaron, it seems like even though these kids were ops, they would still be talking to each other on lives, being around each other. It's really weird because I feel like ops don't talk to each other. Like, you stay away from them. I don't want nothing to do with it, but that's not how they operated. They wouldn't be in the same rooms, but they would communicate. And I think if you heard Robert Howard, I want to say he was one of the ones who said, you trying to play up under them. They both trying to play up under each other. They would be on the phone for hours. So I think they were all trying to play each other. Let me see. Oh, how was it? How was it, Ashley? How was the festival? So Alice, think about this. What y'all mean taking selfies? And also, when y'all say taking selfies, don't y'all act like defense attorneys or prosecutors. Was she taking selfies right before it started? Which would make sense to me because every bathroom I go to, and if there's a mirror, I'm going to stop and take a picture. That would make sense to me. So I don't know. I'm ready for the next witness.
And just remember my previous. So who's gonna be up next when we get
Judge,
back?
Gino Norris is gonna be
Oh,
next,
Gino.
and then after him is going to be Aaliyah Albritton, and then Camilla Bentley, and then we have to switch, some people are longer than anticipated, I was going to have.
They getting all of them out right now.
But we also have Audra Abramonte and people who more traveled here, and I'd rather.
Amanda, I will be taking pictures. I don't know. I don't know. That's just not
You'll
weird.
be the lay witnesses first.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Okay, so everyone knows. All right.
What?
See you guys back at 1:15.
What's the recess?
Alice. Was she taking selfies and didn't hear the gunshots, or did she hear the gunshots and was still taking pictures? Girl, okay. That's a lot, Alice. That's a lot to take.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this conference will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Baby, let me tell you about them Southern boys. They respectful, child. You said she didn't hear them.
All right, you may proceed, Mr. Harmon.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yep.
Good afternoon, sir.
You see, that can make sense.
Can you please state your name?
Gino Norris.
Mr. Norris, do you live in the city of Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
And did you come down here to testify in this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a full-time job right now?
Yes.
That's everywhere.
Did you know an individual named Charles Jones?
Yes, sir.
And in 2024, June of 2024, do you remember him passing away?
Yes.
How long had you known him, Mr. Norris, at that point?
See, about 10 years.
10 years. Do you remember when you first came to know him about how old you were?
Probably like 14.
14. Was he same age as you or older than you?
He older than me.
Did you go to the same school that he went to?
No, sir.
When you met him, when you were 14, was he rapping at that time?
Yes.
And Mr. Norris, did you go to high school in Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
So I want to draw your attention, Mr. Norris, back to June of 2024, the time when Mr. Jones passed away. Do you recall traveling here to Tampa with him?
Yes.
And do you recall how you came down here, whose car it was?
His car.
His car. Was it just the two of you, or was there someone else with you?
It was me, him, and Robert.
Okay, Robert Howard.
Yes.
Do you remember who was driving on the way down?
They took turns.
Did you take turns driving?
No, sir.
So just Robert and Charles?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that time, when you would talk to Charles, how did you refer to him? What name did you refer to him by?
Just call him Julio.
You called him Foolio?
Yes.
When you all came down from Jacksonville, do you remember the purpose for coming here to Tampa?
Celebrate his birthday.
Did Mr. Jones invite you on that trip?
Yes.
When you all arrived, do you remember where you stayed?
Yeah, we had a B&B.
Airbnb?
Yes.
Do you remember where that was?
It was like St. Pete.
St. Pete?
Yeah, around that area, I think.
Okay. Would that have been a Friday night?
Yeah, I think, yeah, we got here like on a Friday.
And then the following day, did you all end up going to another Airbnb?
Yes.
And was that in a different location?
Yes.
Were Were you aware that Mr. Jones was posting things on his Instagram account about his birthday party or about people coming to the Airbnb?
I know you were posting like promoting
You knew that he was promoting?
it. Yes.
So I want to move to the Saturday night when you're at the second Airbnb. Is Robert Howard there?
Yes.
And Charles is there?
Yes.
Were there some young ladies that came down from Jacksonville that evening or that day?
Yes.
Did you know those women?
His girlfriend came on that day and her cousin, but all the other people I ain't really know them.
Okay. So Charles Jones' girlfriend, what name did you know her by?
Armani.
Armani? Did you ever hear anyone call her Monty?
Yes.
And was there some type of a celebration or a party that night at the second Airbnb that Saturday night?
Yes.
And you said there was people showing up that you didn't know?
Yes. Yes.
Do you remember approximately how long that party lasted?
No, sir. I can't remember exactly how long it was.
At some point, did the party end?
Yeah, because we were finna get ready to leave the club, and the B&B lady basically came like they were finna kick us out.
All right, you all were getting ready to leave
Yes.
to go anyways, but then the lady who owns the Airbnb kicked you out?
Yeah, she sent a call, like, sent the police to send out like it was a vital sign.
So the police came?
Yes.
Did you have to pack up a lot of stuff to take with you when you left?
Yeah, we had to get everybody's stuff out of B&B, because they had already left.
When you left the Airbnb that night, did you travel in Charles Jones' vehicle?
Yeah.
And that's the same vehicle you came down here from Jacksonville in?
Yes.
And was that a Dodge Charger?
Yes.
So you leave the Airbnb, where do you all go?
What that club called? I think it was called Teaser or something like that.
Okay. And that was a club you went to
Yes.
here in Tampa?
I think that's what it was called. Yes.
Teasers?
Yes.
When you were driving from the Airbnb to the Teasers, other than you and Charles Jones, who else was in the car during that trip?
This when Zay was in the car with us.
Who was?
Zay.
Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
Is that someone you know?
Yes.
Do you remember who was driving?
Zay was driving.
Xavier was driving?
Yes.
Do you remember where Charles Jones was sitting?
He was in the passenger.
Front passenger?
Yes.
When you all arrived at Teasers, were there already people there from the Airbnb or people from the party there?
No, like all of us like drove around at the same time, so we all met there.
Okay. When you all got there and met up, did you end up going inside of the club?
Yes.
And did Mr. Jones, did he make some kind of an appearance there at the club?
What you mean by appearance?
Well, did he perform or did he do some kind of a show or?
No.
Okay. Did he meet with people there?
Yeah, some other people he knew was there.
Okay. But you were aware that he had advertised that he on his Instagram that he was going to be there?
Yes.
And that's what I meant by an appearance, that he was going to be appearing there. Do you remember approximately how long you were there?
Probably like an hour or two.
Okay. During the time you were there, well, let me ask, you and Charles Jones are inside the club?
Yes,
Was Robert Howard inside the club?
yes,
Was Armani and her cousin inside the club?
yes. All of us inside the club.
You all were. Xavier,
Yes,
did you know?
Wait a minute. Gino said, baby, you ain't got to go through the whole list. We were all there. Next question. What do you say? Next question.
Taifa McCrae?
yes, that's my cousin.
Oh, you don't know, you know him as your cousin?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know him
Did you
as
know
your
the
cousin?
young lady that was accompanying him that evening?
I know of her, but I don't really know her.
Did you know another, well, let me move on.
Please.
So you said you were there for a while, almost an hour or more than an hour.
Yes,
During the time you were there, Mr. Norris, did any issues or problems with
What
anyone?
you laughing at?
no,
Any fights, anything like that?
no, sir.
Anyone threatening any of you?
No, sir.
Then at some point you all leave.
Yes,
And when you
Oh, you
leave,
know him as your cousin.
do you again travel in the Dodge Charger or in some other vehicle?
same car, the Dodge Charger.
And who's driving this time?
Zay was still driving.
And was Charles Jones in the car?
Yes, he was still in the passenger seat.
So when you leave Teasers, and did the other folks leave? Taifa and Armani and her cousin
Yeah, we all went to the next club.
went to the next club. Okay. Did you know why you were going to the next club? Just
That club, it was like boring, so we just went somewhere else.
okay. Still celebrating his birthday?
Yes,
Do you happen to know how old he was turning?
26.
26? When you got to the
Get up,
second
Summer.
club, did you all, after arriving there at some point, go inside?
Yes,
Do you remember if that required you all to go up any stairs or steps?
yes,
Baby,
Do
he's
you remember if
crazy.
Mr. Jones was doing anything with his phone, if he was live streaming or doing anything like that?
he was recording a video.
He was recording a video. Did you ever see that?
Yes,
You all go into that club. What do you all do in that club?
he just party.
Just hung out?
Yes,
How long do you remember how long you were at that club?
we were probably end up at like about 2 hours.
Till about 12?
I said about 2 hours.
Oh, 2 hours. I'm sorry. At some point, do you leave?
Yes,
Do you know where you all went? Do you remember where you went?
yeah, we went to the hotel.
Okay, so at that point, you all were just going to call it a night.
Yeah,
So when you left there, what car did you drive in or what car were you in?
same Dodge Charger.
Do you remember who was driving?
Zay was driving.
So Xavier Edwards?
Yes,
And was Charles Jones in the car?
still in the passenger seat.
So would that be the front passenger seat?
Yes,
Where were you sitting in the car?
I was in the back seat.
Back seat. Okay. And you said you all went to the hotel.
Yes,
When you arrived at the hotel, do you remember pulling up in front of the entrance to the hotel?
yes,
At some point during this time period, were you getting groggy or sleepy?
yes.
And did you fall asleep at some point?
I fell asleep in a bed.
So did you fall asleep on the way there or right after getting there or when?
Right after getting there.
Do you remember if Charles Jones went into the hotel?
I mean, yeah, went in. Then they saying like we couldn't get a room, and we came back in the car, and they were looking for hotels, and I fall asleep.
Were they looking for hotels on their phones?
Yes,
And was Mr. Jones in the front passenger seat again?
yes,
Between the time that you got to Teasers and up to this point, did you have any reason to believe anyone was following you
no sir,
or anyone was surveilling or watching you?
no sir.
Do you remember at some point waking up or being woke up?
After the shooting is when I woke up.
Okay. Do you remember, or did you ever figure out what woke you up? Was it
No.
movement or noise?
The car had hit something and they had woke me up.
When you woke up, still in the back seat,
Yes.
what did you see when you woke up? What did you observe?
First thing I saw was Foolio laid up. And then I looked up, saw the holes in the window. I saw Jose covered in blood.
Did you at some point realize that you had been injured?
No, I didn't really realize that till we got in the hotel.
Okay. Did you realize when you woke up that you were no longer sitting in front of the hotel?
Yeah.
After you woke up and you see Mr. Jones, and well, let me ask you, is Mr. Jones, does he appear to you, what shape or condition does he appear to be in?
Like he gone.
He's gone? Okay. And when you saw Xavier with blood on him and you saw the window, the condition of the window, did you put all that together?
Yeah, 'cause at first I thought we got in a car accident until I saw that.
You thought you got into a car accident?
Yeah, before I looked up, it saw like the bullet holes in the blood. I thought it was that.
When you saw that, the bullet holes and the blood and the condition of your friend, what did you think at that point about your own safety, if anything?
I was just trying to stay alive.
Just trying to stay alive?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you and Xavier Edwards leave the vehicle?
Yes.
Was Mr. Edwards saying anything to you?
It was just him and get out and come to the hotel.
He was telling you to get out of the car?
Yeah.
At that point, having seen the bullet holes through the windshield, did you have any idea where the people that had done that, where they were?
No, that's why we had ended up getting out of the car.
And you said you went into a hotel.
I'm sorry, I
Did you
need to
have
go
to
back.
walk
I need
the
to go
hotel
back.
or run?
Sorry.
If anything.
I need to go back to teasers.
Into a car accident.
Yeah, before I looked up, it saw like.
Sorry, y'all. I really apologize. I missed this.
Did you at some point realize that you had been injured?
No.
Dang, I didn't realize it was this far back. Sorry.
Figure out what woke you up?
Okay.
Was it movement or noise?
The car had hit something and they had woke me up.
Okay, sorry. I have to compare these and I missed this.
When you woke up, still in the back seat,
Yes.
what did you see when you woke up? What did you observe?
First thing I saw was Foolio laid up. And then I looked up, saw the holes in the window. I saw Jose covered in blood.
Did you at some point realize that you had been injured?
No, I didn't really realize that till we got in the hotel.
Okay. Did you realize when you woke up that you were no longer sitting in front of the hotel?
Yeah.
After you woke up and you see Mr. Jones, and well, let me ask you, is Mr. Jones, does he appear to you, what shape or condition does he appear to be in?
Like he gone.
He's gone? Okay. And when you saw Xavier with blood on him and you saw the window, the condition of the window, did you put all that together?
Yes, 'cause at first I thought we got in the car accident until I saw that.
You thought you got into a car accident?
Yeah, before I looked up, it saw like the bullet holes in the blood. I thought it was that.
When you saw that, the bullet holes and the blood and the condition of your friend, what did you think at that point about your own safety, if anything?
I don't know, just trying to stay alive.
Just trying to stay alive?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I hope I
So
don't try doing this.
did you and Xavier Edwards leave the vehicle?
Yes.
Was Mr. Edwards saying anything to you?
Yeah, it was just him and get out and come to the hotel.
He was telling you to get out of the car?
Yeah.
At that point, having seen the bullet holes through the windshield, did you have any idea where the people that had done that, where they were?
No, that's why we had him getting out of the car.
And you said you went into a hotel.
Yes.
Did you have to walk to the hotel or run there?
We had ran.
And did you go into the main entrance of the hotel?
Yes.
When you got into the hotel, what did
Yeah,
you
he
do?
probably just scared now.
We was trying to get help.
Did you find any employees when you went into the lobby?
No, sir.
Were you saying anything to try to get help?
We was screaming out for help.
Just screaming for help?
Yeah.
Did anyone respond or help?
No, sir.
Once you were in the lobby, where did you go?
We was like knocking the door, trying to ask for help, and we ended up going to like the third floor because we didn't know if people were still there.
Honestly, y'all, I don't know if I would have opened my door. I don't know if I would have opened my door. Can you imagine being at a hotel? Yes, Aaron, can you imagine being in your hotel? It's 4:00 in the morning and someone is beating on your door asking for help. You don't know, just in a hotel asking for help. And then nowadays, you don't even know if people really need help, or are they trying to lure you outside of your room, or they're trying to come into your hotel and then hurt you. Like, I don't know if I would have opened my door. I would have called downstairs. Could have called the police for you. But these days, you guys, we've heard stories of people coming to the door. My car broke down. May I use your phone? You open your door. Now you're dead. Now your child has to grow up without you. So I just don't know if I would have opened my door. Would I have called downstairs for them or called security? Hey, there's someone running. I would have probably done that. I just don't know about opening my door. Even seeing the blood, because I'm sorry, I watched too much TV. The blood could have been fake. I don't know if I would open the door.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you
And I
said.
hate that humanity has
We
made
ended
us
up
feel
getting
like
on the
this.
elevator to go to the third floor because I don't know if they would have followed us there or not, so we just went on the third floor.
Okay. Before you get on the elevators, do you walk by any doors or any rooms in the hotel?
Yes.
Do you try to knock or get into those rooms?
Yes. We tried to knock on the doors to ask for help.
But nobody responded.
Nobody responded.
So you and Xavier go up an elevator.
Yes, sir.
At that point, what kind of condition is Xavier in?
He bleeding real bad.
Oh, I don't know, Aaron.
He ended up falling against the wall. Like he felt like he finna die. He kept begging me not to let him die.
He was begging you not to let him die.
Yeah.
You said that you realized when you got into the hotel that you had been shot. When did you come to that realization?
No, I'm not going to play with y'all on this live today. I'm not playing with y'all. Now I understand why Aaron's comment looked the way her comment looked. I'm not playing with you, and I'm not playing with you today, Lexi. Now I need to go find that clip. I'm going to find that clip, and I'm going to post it. I got to go find the clip now.
Was it in the lobby or once you were on the elevator?
When we got to the third floor, when he fell against the wall, he told me to check his head and make sure he didn't get hit in his head because he was bleeding a lot from his head.
y'all, he's the one who got shot multiple times, at least 3 to 4 times. So he probably was, shock was had probably worn off, and he was starting to feel those bullets. Remember, he was in the driver's seat, and if you look at the front of that car, I counted at least 25 bullets went into the front of that car, and at least 10 of those were the front of the windshield.
And when I looked down, I saw a hole in my arm.
Okay. But, okay, me back up. So Mr. Edwards is.
Yeah, I gotta go find
shot in
those
his
clips
head
now.
Yes,
because
Let me
he
write them
bleeds from
down.
his head.
yes,
And you ended up seeing that you had been shot.
Nothing
Yes.
pissed me off
Where
more
were
than
you
looking in
shot?
their clothing.
my right arm,
Your right arm? What part of your right arm?
not the up.
The upper part?
Yes,
Gino was in the back.
Did you and Mr. Edwards end up on the floor?
Laura, you're right. Gino was in the back seat. He got shot in his arm, but Mr. Edwards, that's Xavier, he was the driver. I want to say he got shot at least 4 times. I think it grazed his head, and he may have got shot 3 or 4 times up in this area.
At some point? Or did you sit down or lay down?
he, when he fell against the wall, he was like on the floor, but I ain't really get on the floor till the police came.
Okay. What caused you to get on the floor?
The police made us get on the floor.
They made you get on the floor?
Yes,
Your Honor, I'm going to tender States Exhibit 91 and Exhibit 25A through D. That's 25 Alpha through Delta, and States Exhibit 91. Tender for admission. 91 is in, counsel? Okay, thank you.
So to 25A through D, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
I don't know what they write now, girl.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, admitted.
Publishing States 91. Mr. Norris, I just want you to take a look at this. Does that photograph depict how the position you and Mr. Edwards were in when the police arrived?
yes,
Okay, now, on Mr. Edwards, is that blood on his face? I know that's not very good. Let me try to do something here. See if that helps. Nope.
I'm sorry. It's like everything we saw in Alicia's trial. Remember, it's going to be way more evidence because it's actually against these defendants. So pictures that we may have just seen a glimpse of what happened when they called Xavier and Gino upstairs. Now we're about to see pictures of their injuries. When I say the prosecution is landed on thick.
Can you see blood on his face?
yes.
Okay.
They didn't watch the whole season, Carrie. You're
And
right.
Your shirt.
Ebony was on here.
Was an all white shirt.
I was gonna mess with her.
The rag now on the shoulder, is that blood?
Yes,
Let me see.
Did the police
Oh, I guess they
contact
trying not to show him.
Tampa Fire Rescue or some
yes,
EMT or paramedic that came to assist you?
yes,
And were you and Mr. Edwards both taken out of the hotel on gurneys? Were you taken to a local hospital here in Tampa?
yes.
Now I thought this the first live back in a while, and y'all just being messy as hell the whole live. What happened? There was so much love in the beginning. Now it just turned to just nothing but mess. Cause Bia, what? Bia, wow.
Do you remember law enforcement, police officers coming there to talk to you?
Yes,
It'll probably States 25A. Is that you, Mr. Norris?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh my God. So they're not showing their pictures, even though they did during opening, but they're not showing their pictures.
Do you recall, did they give you pain medication?
Yes, sir.
C is in Charlie. Let me orient it this way. Is that you laying in a hospital bed or in the emergency room?
Yes,
25, D is in Delta. And a close-up of the wound to your arm. Let me ask you, how long were you in the hospital, Mr. Norris?
I ain't leave till about 11 because I had to wait for my parents, wait for my dad to come to pick me up.
Was that the next day? Or how many days were you there in the hospital?
I got out a couple hours after.
A couple hours?
Yes.
So you mentioned your father, does he live in Jacksonville?
Yes.
So he traveled here from Jacksonville to come help you?
Yes.
And when he got you out of the hospital, did you all go back to Jacksonville that day?
Yes.
So I want to go back to the Airbnb and the party. So the beginning of the birthday party that night before you go to the clubs. While at the Airbnb, did you drink any alcohol?
I took one shot.
One shot?
Yes.
And then after getting to Teasers, did you have anything to drink at Teasers?
No, I wasn't a drinker then. That's like the only time I drunk.
I'm sorry?
So I wasn't a drinker then. That one shot, like the only shot I had took.
Did y'all catch what he just said? I gotta write that one down. I don't know. Did y'all just catch that? Maybe y'all know my kids say I do too much. So maybe I'm reading too much into that. He said, I wasn't a drinker then. In my mind, it implies you're a drinker now. And this shit may have driven this boy to start drinking.
Okay. That's the only alcohol you had that night?
Yes.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He wasn't drinking then. It make me feel like you're a drinker now. Like
Being that you were asleep
I always
during
feel bad
the
for
shooting
Dino.
itself, did you ever see the people who were doing the shooting?
No, sir.
You can't blame him. This is just sick.
Okay. I'll tender the witness, Sean. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, what they been not acting like crazy. He didn't see the shooters. Watch he get up asking about. I don't like his strategy with Robert Howard.
Good
I don't
afternoon,
like.
Mr. Norris.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Norris, I think you've told us that you knew Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, since for about 10 years, correct?
Yes.
And you knew him very well.
Yes.
You saw him all the time. You spoke to him pretty much daily, correct?
Yes.
And you also know Tata because he's your cousin, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
That'd be
I knew
Tata
he had the
Frank,
nickname.
Yes.
right? And you know Kenny Caps as well, correct?
Yes.
And you know,
Your Honor, I just asked the counsel to identify who that is he's speaking about.
Yeah, is Kenny Caps a nickname or is that the full name or?
no, Judge, that would be
That's Robert.
I'm sorry,
Robert.
Robert
Your
Howard,
answer.
correct?
He knows him as Kenny Caps?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Call his name.
And
Right, Nene. I just
what about
said
Xavier Edwards, 55? You know 55?
Yes.
so Xavier Edwards is 55.
Do you also know him in other circles as Omerta?
That's the right name. Yes.
You're aware that Mr. Jones and the other
I'm sure he's
gentlemen
good.
that I named, they are part of 6 Block, correct?
Nobody wants to answer about these games.
It's about a six. Say it again.
6 Block. 6 Block is a gang.
I
Are
don't
you
know
aware
if
of
it's a
that?
gang. Not the game. No.
Okay, so you're not aware of 6 Block.
I'll tell you this, one thing that has remained consistent throughout this trial and Alicia Andrews' trial, none of these witnesses seem to want to point out that six Block is a gang. Even though this is something that's widely known, they don't know it as a gang. A neighborhood. A gang? No, it's not a gang. That is very consistent with their testimonies from last trial too.
I'm saying the song's not, but I don't know about it being the game.
And I'm sorry, sir, I didn't understand your question, if you don't mind.
I heard in songs, but I don't know that it's like a game. No, I don't know if it's a game.
So you're telling me you only heard it in
Ash,
song?
please, Ash, not today.
I'm saying I heard the song, but I'm saying I don't know if it's
Oh
a
my
game.
God.
Okay. What is it you know it as?
And
I know they were singing the songs and stuff.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I'm just a little confused. You knew it because you heard it in songs, but you didn't know it as a gang?
That's what he's
Is that,
saying.
and I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Now, Kathy, I think Aaliyah is.
did you listen to Charles Jones, Julio Foolio's music?
Yes.
Okay. Did you listen to other drill rappers' music?
Yes.
There are lots of drill rappers.
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope.
I'll overrule at this point, but go ahead.
There are a number of different drill rappers, correct?
Yes.
And they all pretty much sing about the same thing, correct?
Yes.
Oop, he said no creativity.
When you came to Tampa, Mr. Norris, did you expect that there was going to be some kind of trouble?
No.
Clearly
he
not.
came here for celebrate his birthday.
How about Mr. Jones, Julio Foolio, or Mr. Howard, Mr. McCrae, Mr. Edwards? Strike that. Strike it.
Because where were you going?
Were you aware before you went to Tampa that there was going to be trouble?
No.
You brought your gun with you, did you not?
He got it right.
Yes.
And you had it in the car, correct?
I was in my cousin's car.
Your cousin meaning Tata, Mr. McCrae.
Yes.
And there were times when you were in Tampa that you were in that car at certain times, correct?
No, I didn't ride one cousin.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, any questions, Mr. Sonardi?
Timmy has some questions.
Hey, Ms. Timmy?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, so I just have a few questions for you. Would you agree with me that you don't know or you don't have any idea who was responsible for killing Charles Jones?
Oh man, I don't know.
Okay. And Charles Jones was actually your cousin, correct?
Yes.
Yes, you were very close with him?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would also agree with me, there's a lot of different groups and a lot of different people that did not like Charles Jones, your cousin.
Objection, outside the scope, Your Honor.
Overruled. I'll give you a little bit of latitude on this. A little bit.
Correct?
Yes, a lot of people didn't like him.
And the reason why a lot of people didn't like him was because of his music, right?
Objection, speculation.
But here's the thing. I get where she's going. But here's the thing, ma'am. Only your client is seen on camera. I get where she's going with this, but is your client on camera?
If he knows, if you know the answer, you can answer.
I guess Yes, sir.
And it's not necessarily his music, but it's the content of his music, right?
Answer, Mr. Norris, if you know.
I guess, I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm saying, like,
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
can you repeat the question again?
A lot of people don't like or didn't like your cousin Charles Jones because of his music, the content of his music,
Yeah, you can say that.
correct?
Yes, you can say that.
Because he says a lot of stuff in his music that people don't like.
Now we're victim blaming.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm not going to have him guess about people. So he's
Now we're victim blaming.
regarding people generally responding to Mr. Jones and his music. I'm not going to have him keep guessing what. Okay, very good.
So am I allowed to?
Yeah, you can ask it, then we need to move to the next topic.
There's a lot of people that didn't like Charles Jones because of the stuff that he would say in his music, right?
You know, one of the things that I do wish the prosecution did a better job of is really trying is the defense made it their business to make people not feel sorry that Julio was killed. They want people to not feel sorry. And I've seen this a lot. I've seen people say, Julio, he deserved it. He was doing this. He was doing that, right? Whether you feel that way or not, a murder was committed. These people have to be tried. I wish the prosecution would do a better job of trying to point out some good things about him. He was young and had amassed millions of followers. He'd amassed millions of views on social media. He'd made money. I mean, he'd done a lot of things. I wish they would have done a better job, especially in Alicia Andrews' trial, trying to at least make him more human, like humanize him more, because all we heard was all of the bad things that he did, right? This was inevitable. He was going to be killed, whether it's this day or another day. I don't think they did a good job there, trying to make people see the human side of him instead of this drill rapper who was always trolling. Hone in on the fact that this man had never been questioned for a murder. People kept saying that he was responsible for this death. The boy had never been questioned. So, you know, they could have like honed in on those things. And I don't think they did a good job doing that.
Now, you don't know who Davion Murphy is.
Mm-hmm.
No, ma'am.
Yeah.
And you don't know who Rashad Murphy is, do you?
No, ma'am.
I think his mama said this, Laura. That's where I think I saw it. I think I watched an interview during the last trial. It was like an hour long. His mom
Any questions?
he said that my son's never been questioned by the police. And I was like, that is a fact I would bring up in court.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Morris, you don't know Sean Gathright, correct?
No.
In fact, before he was arrested in connection with this case, you'd never even heard that name, right?
No.
Thank you, sir.
That's really all you can ask me, but what does that mean? It's really nothing.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You did know Isaiah Chance, correct?
Yeah, I talked to them on social media. But other than that, no.
Nothing like
You did see him out at a club, though, correct? Once?
Yeah, I saw him in the club before.
Is that at Club Elevation?
Yes.
Where did you see him out in the parking lot?
Yeah, when we leaving the club.
Were a lot of people out in the parking lot at that time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Is that a common practice in Jacksonville?
Yeah.
So remember, there are multiple people who did know Isaiah Chance. So to see him not in the club, but outside of the club would have definitely alerted them that something was up. Hence him wearing the COVID mask. I just want to say once all that ties together, I'm wondering if the jurors will remember this moment.
Okay. Did you know someone nicknamed Mizzle, possibly Jaquez Taylor?
Yes,
Was he with you in Tampa during this incident?
yes,
Was he in the clubs with you all in Tampa?
yes.
Who was that?
Are you aware of Isaiah Chance's music? Is that something you listen to?
No,
No.
Were you aware of it?
I don't saw it pop up on my timeline before, but I never really listened to it. I saw it pop up on my timeline before, but I never really listened to it.
He said he wasn't even worth his ear.
And the Home 2 Suites, the hotel, that was not a pre-planned destination that night, correct? That was a last-minute decision, correct?
He had a reservation.
We ended up trying to find that when we got the last club.
So you didn't start looking for that hotel until you're at the last club.
Yes,
And you didn't see anything before or after the shooting of anybody else, correct?
say it again?
You didn't see anyone suspicious before or after the shooting.
Oh, no, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir, may I ask one follow-up question?
Yes. Yes.
Y'all know the reason why him asking, was Home to Suites. Did y'all plan to go there? Because I guess the rumor mill is that someone set him up, right? Or, the premeditation. For me, the premeditation comes in, they followed them. It doesn't matter if it was pre-planned or not. They were always following them. They would have known where he was every time. Every time they would have known.
Mr. Norris, you don't know Rashad Murphy, do you?
No,
Thank you.
Okay, redirect.
Mr. Norris, you've known Charles Jones, you said, since you were 14.
yeah, about 14 years.
Do you know all the
You
people
were
who
asking
hate
if
him?
you were his cousin. Are you his blood cousin, or is that just something you all refer to each other as cousins?
Yeah, I refer as cousin.
What?
You were first cousin?
It's not referred to each other as cousins.
You refer to each other as cousins. Okay. Let me ask you about the handgun. Was it a handgun, a pistol that you
Come on,
brought with
Lexi,
you
preach.
Yeah,
here to Tampa when you all came down?
yeah,
First of all, do you legally possess that, legally own it?
yes.
And did
Good job.
your cousin Tafa, did he bring that down or did you bring it down?
Say you brought it down,
My
foolish.
gun was in his car.
It was in his car, right?
Yes,
All right. So this isn't a gun that you were carrying on your person in any of these clubs or anything like that.
no.
Okay.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Norris. You're free to go. All right, state, who's your next witness?
Sean, we're ready for him to go, look like. Gino done, buddy.
All right, this is going to be another witness who has requested that her identity not be broadcast.
I think this is Aaliyah, y'all. Now, this is the one Miss J told me to pay attention to. He said her tune looks a little different. I may need to go back and watch her, which if we finish this today, I'll take tomorrow if I need to rewatch testimony and compare. I always feel bad for Gino, especially when they say Gino didn't hang with him a lot because he knew what kind of lifestyle he led. Gino worked a job. He just decided, okay, I'm going to go celebrate your birthday. And then this happens. Oh, this is Camille. This isn't Aaliyah. Yeah, my bad. Lexi said this is Camille that's about to come up. We can rewatch and compare, Summer. Especially Aaliyah. I need to see why people are saying that. Maybe I'll catch it as I'm watching. Because as Gino was talking, I'm remembering his last testimony. Pretty much the same. Now I can't wait to see Robert Howard.
Now I want to talk to
Yes, in St. Augustine. Camille Bentley
Okay.
Miss Bentley. Where did you grow up?
in St. Augustine.
Did you also hang out in Jacksonville at times?
Yes,
In St.
Did you have
Augustine's a
family and
nice
friends that
area.
lived in Jacksonville?
yes,
Now I want to talk to you about June of 2024. Back then, did you have a friend by the name of Aaliyah Albritton?
yes,
How long had you known Aaliyah Albritton?
for a while.
Did you plan to do a girls' trip with her for the weekend of June 21st of 2024?
Yes.
Who else was going to be involved in this girls' weekend?
It was just me, Aaliyah, and it was supposed to be another one of our friends
And where were you supposed to go for this weekend trip?
here in Tampa.
And did you come to Tampa on that Friday, June 21st of 2024?
Yes,
Where were you going to stay?
at my friend's house.
Did you go there on that day?
I did.
At some point, did you meet up with Aaliyah Albritton?
I did.
Tell us how that happened.
Well, we came together.
And where did she live in Jacksonville at the time?
Yes,
And where were you living at that time?
St. Augustine.
St. Augustine. And how was it that you came together?
We just been friends for a while. We knew each other from social media and through other people.
I meant together to Tampa. Did she
Together to
come?
Tampa.
Yes. Did she come pick you up?
Yes,
Okay. And in whose vehicle did she come pick you up?
in Tata's car.
And you said Tata, and I know that you know him as a nickname. Is that Tafa McCrae?
Yes,
I'm going to show you. This time we put into evidence States Exhibit 27.
You're moving it in? Or-
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise?
No objection.
Mr. Petratus?
Okay.
Okay, admitted.
Miss Bentley, I'm showing you States Exhibit 27. Do you recognize him?
yes,
And who's that?
Taifa.
Taifa. And he's the person you know known as Tata, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And how do you know Taifa McCrae?
through Aaliyah.
Through Aaliyah? He was friends with her? And and other than knowing him through Aaliyah Albritton, had you met him before?
No.
And was he driving a car?
Yes,
What type of car was it?
a Nissan Altima.
What color?
Black.
So they came and picked you up in St. Augustine,
Yes,
and you guys came down to Tampa.
yes,
Was there an Airbnb that they were staying at?
yes.
Was there a celebration or a party that was going on at the Airbnb?
Yes.
Where do you remember where the Airbnb was located?
Not really, because there are multiple.
There were multiple Airbnbs, is that correct?
Yes,
There was a different one Friday night as opposed to Saturday night.
yes,
So going to Friday night, did you go to the Airbnb Friday night?
I was there.
How many people were at the Airbnb?
Just me and Aaliyah and the girls and the guys that were there.
Was one of those guys Charles Jones?
Yes.
Had you known of Charles Jones before that trip?
Known him? No.
Did you know of him?
Yes.
And how did you know of him?
He's a rapper in Jacksonville.
And you, from being in Jacksonville with family and friends, you were aware of Charles Jones as the rapper Julio Foolio, is that correct?
Yes.
Had you listened to his music before?
No.
Had you, you said that you didn't know him, you just knew of him, is that correct?
Mhm.
And so when you went to this Airbnb Friday, you were introduced to him, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said there were some other girls there? And were there some other men there as well that you did not know?
It was just me and Aaliyah and one of our friends and just the guys that were there.
Was there a party when you moved to the second Airbnb? Did you go to that Airbnb as well?
I was there.
Did you have bags with you?
Yes.
And at some point, did you go into a room so that you could get ready for the night?
Yes.
Was there a party that was going on at the Airbnb that you had moved to with Charles Jones on Saturday, June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And in that party, can you tell us approximately how many people were at that party?
I don't know. I wasn't a part of it.
You kind of kept to yourself that night,
Yes.
but there were quite a few more people there than who was at the original Airbnb on Friday night. Is that correct?
Yes.
At either one of the Airbnbs, were there any issues, any sort of fights or any trouble at the Airbnb from the people that you were there with or that Charles Jones was there with?
No.
Did something happen at the Airbnb on Saturday night with law enforcement?
I just remember we all left. I guess because there was a lot of people there. It's an Airbnb.
Eventually, you had to leave the Airbnb. Is that correct? Did you have to get your bags and take it with you before leaving that Airbnb?
I actually didn't get a chance to get my bags.
Do you think somebody else was responsible and was able to get your stuff for you?
Yes.
And did that end up in one of those 3 vehicles that was with Mr. Jones?
Yes.
When you were at that Airbnb, was Aaliyah Albritton there as well?
Yes.
And what about Tafa McCrae?
Yes.
Did you know the names of any of the other guys that were with Charles Jones?
No.
Had you met them before?
No.
Had you ever hung out with them previously?
No.
So you were just there because of your friendship
And
with
all of
Aaliyah
this stuff
Albritton. Is
happened.
that correct?
Yes.
Lexi, I have to let that one go.
Some point during that day on Saturday, did you go to the store and run an errand for Mr. Jones?
Yes.
What did you do?
We went to Walmart to go buy a speaker for the party.
Did he ask you to do that?
Yes.
Did he provide you with funds to do that?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
I like her glasses.
And other than that interaction with Mr. Jones, did you have any other interaction with him?
Not really. No.
Do you know approximately what time it was, or were you keeping track of time that night, Saturday, June 22nd of 2024?
No.
At some point you said that you had to leave the Airbnb, is that correct?
Yes.
Who did you leave the Airbnb with?
The people I came with, Aaliyah and Type.
Aaliyah Albritton and Typha McCrae, is that correct?
Yes.
And
He
who's-
does, Ash.
Typhus.
Where did you all go?
We went to
I don't think they were in the Walmart at the same time because remember at this time, one, it was just the girls. They went for Foolio. Also, at this time, they didn't know where Foolio's Airbnb was. Remember, Sean Gathright, you got the messages of him messaging that girl trying to figure out where they were. So they didn't know. They didn't know where they were at this time.
I think we went to the first club.
The first club?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was a first story club, correct? That wasn't on two, there wasn't a building with 2 stories, is
I
that
think
correct?
so. It's hard to remember. Sorry.
And how long were you at that club?
That might be
No,
Casey
I can't keep track of
Were
Anthony.
time.
there
Wasn't for
others?
long.
That's okay. Were there other members that came from the Airbnb with Charles Jones to that club with him, as well as you and your friends?
I guess so. I'm just there. I was just there.
I understand. And at some point, do you go to another club?
Yes.
And when you go to another club, are you in the same vehicle with the same people?
Yes.
Who is driving?
Typha.
Typha McCrae?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce into evidence Judge State's Exhibit 29A through R.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
I'm just saying.
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise?
There you are.
Mr. Petridis? Admitted.
Well, y'all know Aaliyah was on probation or something like that. I think she was trying to avoid the police.
I'm going to ask you to look at the screen and I'm going to show you 29A. Are you familiar with that black Nissan?
Yes.
And is that the vehicle that you described that you got picked up in?
Aaliyah was
that
trying not to
belongs
go to jail,
Typha
y'all.
McCrae?
Yes.
And you said that he was driving, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were you seated?
At first I was behind the passenger seat of the car,
Okay. And where was Aaliyah Albritton?
in the passenger seat of the car,
Passenger seat of the car, front or back?
front.
Right. And were you in the back?
Yes.
Okay, make that
And
clear.
so you went to the second club, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said you don't know how long you were there.
No, ma'am.
Was Charles Jones at that club?
Yes.
And at some point, you left that club, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you leave with the same people
Yes.
and in the same vehicle?
Yes.
Where did you go after you left the second club?
Okay, yep.
I think that's when we went to the hotel, maybe.
That's what I am asking you about. Who went to the hotel?
It was me, Aaliyah, Taifa, and everybody who was with Mr. Jones.
And you were in the same car with Taifa McCray in the black Nissan?
Yes.
Was Mr. McCray, was he driving that vehicle?
Yes.
And were you in the same position that you were previously when you went from one club to the second club?
Yes.
So you were in the back seat, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Jones, he was in another vehicle?
Yes.
And in it, there were others with him in that vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know, or were you familiar, or did you know his girlfriend at that time?
No.
Did you know that there was another car that went to the hotel along with you, your car, Mr. McCray's car, I mean, and Charles Jones?
I just remember it being like the car that we were in and two other cars, which was Charles Jones and whoever it was.
That's what I'm asking. There was
Yes.
one other vehicle besides the car you were in and Charles Jones.
Yes.
So 3 cars total, is that correct? Okay. And what happened when you got to the hotel?
I guess they were there trying to get a room because it was late at night and everybody was really tired and it was too late to get on the road. I really don't know what happened from there. All I know is I sat in the car and I almost lost my leg.
I'm going to go back just a little bit. At some point,
She said, "Baby, let's talk about it." If you, she said, "You know what? I get it. I get where we're going. All I know, ma'am, is I was in that backseat and I almost died, and that's kind of brave of her to do, considering she's sitting in front of the 4 young men who almost took her life." I'm not mad at you, Camilla. Camilla probably ain't even going off the exit to Jacksonville anymore. At least I hope she not.
point does Aaliyah Albritton, your friend, and Taifa McCray leave the vehicle?
Yes.
Why do they leave the vehicle?
I think so too, Erin. I think she would. I think it's both.
And at that point, are all the cars in front of the hotel
Yes.
just sitting there waiting for a room? Is that correct?
Yes.
So Aaliyah Albritton, your friend, and Taifa McCray get out and go to use the restroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you do at that point?
I took initiative and got in the front seat of the car.
So now you're sitting in the front seat.
Yes.
And what happens when you're in the front seat of the vehicle?
I just remember looking down at my phone. I looked out the window. I was on my phone for a second. And when I looked back up, that's when I just started seeing bullets flying past my face. And that's when everybody started shooting and all that.
So you were hearing shots, is that correct? Did you hear it?
Yeah, I heard it. I didn't see anything though.
Okay, that's what I'm going to ask you. When you heard it, what did you do?
I immediately, I looked for the keys in the car and I didn't see anything.
Ooh, I'm glad. Ooh.
When you say you didn't see anything, did you see any of the shooters?
No.
Did you know where the gunfire was coming from?
No.
And what did you yourself do at that moment?
I couldn't find the keys and I prayed until I could find the keys and the car cut on. I still didn't see any keys to that very day.
But the car was able
Was
to
it
start.
push
The car
start?
was able to start and
Was
I
it push
tried to make
start?
it out as soon as I could to save myself.
And so you left, is that correct?
I did.
What happened as you were leaving the parking lot?
It was just a lot of commotion going on. It was a lot of chaos.
It had to be
Very
push
chaos.
start.
I just remember leaving the hotel I remember stopping at a light, and that's when
Jess, that's a good question.
I realized like that's when I got shot, and you know you see a lot of gruesome things, and that's when I tried to just calm down and realize my adrenaline was up there, and I had to realize like just calm down. Like I called Aaliyah, told her, "Hey, I just got shot, and I need you to take me to the hospital."
And were you able to get a hold of her on the phone?
I did.
What did you do after you got a hold of Aaliyah Albritton on the phone?
After I got a hold of her, I basically turned around. I went back to the hotel just to make sure that they were okay. And I just
Then, Kathy, you know I can't let you use that word. I was just talking to my sister about these words. There is no evidence that he refused to get in the car with him. None. You have to think about it. These people have been to several clubs. They've been drinking. I get now in hindsight, you know, people, we want to make these theories. Now, here's why I'm going to group the defense. We don't have any evidence that points to that. If it's a group of us riding and driving, I mean, I have been in this situation, friends, with family. If it's a group of us going to the same place, sometimes we just getting in where we fit in. You just getting in the car. You know, sometimes it's just getting in the car. Are y'all, wait a minute. Stop. Well, let me stop. Are y'all saying, wait, because I hadn't seen that. Are you guys saying that Robert, someone said he refused? Wait a minute. Time out. See, Kathy, you know I haven't watched. So when she said, I'm like, I don't know that. I'm going based off the last trial. Are y'all saying in this trial, someone says he refused to get in the car? Why she didn't say that last trial, y'all? Why she didn't say that last trial? My bad, Kathy. Kathy, I thought you were, you know, I haven't seen this trial. I thought you were talking about last trial because that's the last one we saw from with Robert. Yeah. This the trial she says that in. Do y'all believe that? Why wouldn't she say that last trial? And not only that, think about how that lawyer keeps bringing up Robert Howard's name. And then all of a sudden now, a witness in the case who is connected to this other gang, now she's saying he refused to get in the car. They didn't exit last trial. I don't remember. I would have remembered that, Lexi, because Robert Howard, he was one of my favorites from the last trial. What? I can't wait. They haven't talked about it yet. No, they haven't talked. She should probably be the next witness or so. Chat, I'm outdone, Kathy. Now, Kathy, you can't be doing that because now what?
Looked out just to make sure
Yeah, I gotta take Barchi out. I'm gonna be on my phone. What?
Make sure that we were okay for them to get me to the hospital.
When you say they, who are you referring to?
Type and just making sure that they were okay.
When you got back to the hotel, did they get back into his vehicle?
Yes.
And what happened?
We went to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital, what were you treated for?
Gunshot wound.
Where was the gunshot wound?
I got grazed and a gunshot wound in my right arm.
Were they able to remove all of the bullet?
I don't have any bullets removed out of my arm.
They're still there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were your parents also in Tampa that weekend?
Yes.
At some point, did you get a hold of your parents to come pick you up?
I did.
And did they eventually come to the hospital?
They did.
How long would you say you were at that hospital?
I was there for a couple of hours. They wouldn't let me see my parents for a long time. So we were there for a while.
At some point, did an officer from the Tampa Police Department come and meet with you?
I remember a police officer did come in, gave recognition, but I just didn't, I don't remember what he asked me. I was worried about myself more than worrying about talking to others. And
Were you upset at that point?
yes,
Did you want to talk to law
I
enforcement?
didn't want to talk to anyone at all but my family.
You wanted to see your parents, is that correct? I'm going to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 28.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, admitted.
Ms. Bentley, State's Exhibit 28. Is that a picture of you in the hospital?
Yes,
And can you tell us which arm was shot?
my right arm.
And you said your parents did come and retrieve you from the hospital, is that correct?
Yes,
Who was at the hospital with you when you were at that hospital?
well, at first it was just me and Taifa in there first.
You said Typha
And
McRae,
then my
is that
parents
correct?
came. Yes,
Do you know what happened to Leah Albritton in the vehicle?
no.
Were you wondering where Leah Albritton was at that point?
I was wondering where she were, just to make sure she was okay, but I don't know.
Show you State's Exhibit 29A again. The black Nissan Altima that belonged to Typha McRae. Do you see this damage here to the front of the vehicle on the right-hand side of the picture,
Yes,
which would be the left-hand side of the driver's side of the vehicle?
yes,
Was that damage there prior to the shooting that occurred at the hotel?
no.
Also going to show you State's Exhibit 29B. The driver's side, do you see the damage and the paint transfer here?
Yes,
And again, was that damage there before the shooting
No.
that occurred at the hotel? How did that occur?
I'm assuming from all the chaos.
All the chaos? Then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 29C, the back of the black Nissan Altima. Do you see these two bullet holes on the back rear shield window?
Yes,
Were those there prior to the shooting?
no.
And Ms. Bentley, you are not a part of any gang called Six Block, is that correct?
No.
Not a part of any ATK
No.
or 1200?
No.
You are familiar with the rivalry between Six Block and ATK, is that correct?
I don't know anything about none of that.
Do you know about it just from the music that you listen to in Jacksonville?
Yes,
But you yourself have never been involved in any of that, is that correct?
yes,
And other than knowing Aaliyah Albritton is the only reason you were at that hotel in front of the Home to Suites when that shooting occurred, is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The only reason that you were with that group and at that hotel is because of Aaliyah Albritton, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time we pass the oh, I actually do. I have one more thing.
Okay.
We're gonna publish 26B.
We don't have it, the clerk doesn't have a 26B that's been admitted.
22B6, I apologize. I'm gonna stop the video right there. You see on the screen, can you tell us the vehicle where the gentleman in the blue shirt and the lady in the pink outfit, do you know who those individuals are?
Yes.
And is this the black Nissan that you have been testifying to that you were in and that you were in the back seat?
Yes.
Okay. And is this what is occurring when you said they went to the restroom?
Yes.
And did you see a hand come out and shut that front driver's seat door, driver's side door? Back it up just a little bit.
I think that's her, right? How's that doing? Really good.
Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And who's that?
Me.
And you are now, where are you now in this time?
I'm in the passenger's, well, in the driver's seat of the car.
She answered.
I'm just waiting to for it to go forward before I ask another question.
The judge impatient, ain't she? She said she answered. Moving along. Oh, he just look a little scary.
Is that when the damage to that side of the driver's side panel of the door happened?
Yes.
During this time, we passed the witness.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez,
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sinardi,
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise.
Mr. Wise be hopping up, and I don't even know why. And what you talking about? Just tell me. Tell
So
me.
You did not know anyone named Sean Gathright, correct?
I know who that is.
Right, and you never even had heard that name until you heard he was arrested in connection with this, correct?
Yes.
And you knew, as we've heard this afternoon, you knew a lot of the people who were down here in Tampa, right?
No.
Well, we heard about the people you did know. You
I guess my only problem with these, like, I get why they're asking it, right? They want to disassociate their client from the witness. They have said plenty of times they don't know who the shooters were. That's one. Two, is she supposed to know everyone in Jacksonville? Clearly, the problem was not with her. The problem was with Foolio. The problem was with Foolio, and clearly, Sean and Isaiah, they attach themselves to the problem. It seems like they didn't have to be in this like this, but they put. Well, I get Isaiah because his friend was unalive. I mean, was murdered. But asking, does she know them when we see them on camera committing the crime? Is just crazy to me.
definitely knew a handful of people at least who were there that night, right?
No.
Well,
I know they have to do something, but gee,
okay.
you know what?
That night,
Yeah.
you didn't hear anyone who was in Tampa who went by the name Fat Boy, right?
No.
I've been
And
noticing
you don't know
them too.
anyone who goes by
They're a
that.
little scary.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Petridis.
It's like they're really circular or something at the
Just
end.
so I'm clear, when you were in the backseat when they pulled up to the hotel and they got out to go to the bathroom, did they ask you to go to the bathroom too?
I don't remember.
Okay. And did Miss Albrin ask you to get into the front seat, or is that just something you did?
That's something that I did.
She did not ask you.
No.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay,
Did they ask you to go to the bathroom too?
This one is be excused.
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Yes.
Ma'am, you're free to go. And also
They
remember,
do look like
state
little
the
alien
evidence to the
hands.
clerk.
I thought it was just me, and he has really big hands, so you can't miss it.
Who's your next witness?
Judge, the state is calling Audra Abramonte.
Okay. All right, and this is, I believe, another witness
I like
who
that
does
shape.
not want their identity broadcast, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good.
Turn this back to the
Well, Kathy, you know they gotta poke holes. I I just think the bathroom break was a bathroom break. But you know they have to poke holes somewhere. Oh, Sean got a little collar
Your
shirt
full
on
name
today
for the
too.
record.
Audra Agramonte.
Ms. Agramonte, back in June of 2024, did you live in Tampa?
No,
What city did you live in?
Lake Worth.
Were you visiting Tampa June 22nd of 2024, going into the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
Why were you here in Tampa?
We were moving my daughter into the
Oh.
dorms at University of South Florida
Okay.
for her first semester of college. And with myself, was my husband, Nestor Agramonte, my daughter, Alyssa Agramonte, and her boyfriend, Braden Smith.
Where were you staying at during the time?
Not Kathy.
Home 2 Suites across from campus.
Is that the one located on McKinley Drive?
Yes, I believe so.
And you said across the campus from University of South Florida.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about the early mornings of June of 2024, June 23rd of 2024. Do you remember what hotel room you were staying in?
Yes. It was on the second floor, and I believe it was room 230.
And
You'll
who
never
was
forget
staying
that room
in that
number.
room with you?
It was myself, Nestor, and Braden.
Did anything unusual happen in the early morning hours?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
Sorry, it was a really scary night. We were sound asleep around 4:30 in the morning. I heard popping noises. By the time I realized what it was, thinking it was maybe gunshots, Braden, who was in the bed on the other side of us, pulled me down to the ground and shielded me. Right at the same time, my husband went and looked out the window, saw there was a bullet that hit the window. So he yelled for us to get down. And of course, we were already down at that point.
Was your daughter at the dorm rooms at that point?
Yes, she was.
After that happened, did you try to get information and make some phone calls?
Yes. Yeah, we called 911. We called the hotel lobby and USF campus police because I was really worried about my daughter.
At some point, did law enforcement respond to your room to take photographs and collect evidence?
Yes, they did.
I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into Evidence States Exhibit 19A. Is this the
Girl, why do
door,
they keep
photograph of the door? And I'm going to
that boy be in a zone?
I know the number is small. Is that the door of the room that you stayed in?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 19B. Is this a picture looking in at the room that you were in?
Yes.
And you said that there were 2 beds, is that correct?
Yes.
Which one were you and your husband in? And let me show you 19C.
So we were in the bed that was closest to the window.
And then Braden, and what was Miss Braden's last name?
Smith?
So Mr. Smith was in the other bed, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 69. What's that a photograph of?
That was the bullet that hit our window. And then, I don't know if you can see it there, but there was some like bullet fragments on top of the AC unit.
I'll show you 19F. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And then 19G, is that a close-up of what you found on the AC unit after the shooting?
Yes, it was.
Did you and your husband also rent a rental vehicle to help move your daughter into her dorm room?
Yes, we did. It was a minivan.
And what color was the minivan?
I think it was tan color.
Oof.
When you and your husband were going to leave, was there damage that was seen to the minivan?
Yes.
And was that also reported to law enforcement?
Yes.
I'm going to show you again what's already been introduced into evidence.
They
States
need to
Exhibit
stop putting this camera on this boy.
16A. Is that
What
a
is he
photo of
looking
the minivan
Maybe a
that you
pic-
and
maybe
your
a
husband
screen.
had rented?
Yes.
And I'm gonna show you 16.
Shay said he's sleepy. I don't know,
The
Shay.
license plate in the rear of the vehicle.
Yes.
And was there damage to that license plate?
Yeah, right on the queue, that's where, there was a bullet that went through.
I'm gonna show you 16D.
That's what I moved Mariah in a minivan, Alice. Baby, that
Is that what
minivan
you're
was
referring
stuffed.
to?
Yes,
And did the bullet actually penetrate into the interior of the vehicle?
yes, it did.
And was there damage to the interior of the vehicle?
Yes.
Wish I
And
could
at some
see
point,
medication.
did crime scene investigators from the Tampa Police Department, did they respond to document and photograph all of the damage, the exterior as well as the interior of that vehicle?
Yes, they did.
Your Honor, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, any questions, Mr. Gonzalez?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr.
That's
Sonardi?
Dr. Foolio.
No question, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise?
No question.
Mr. Petrides? All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Girl, them gonna be,
Thank you,
those
ma'am.
must be her
Thank you.
kids back there.
All right, who's your next
Like
witness?
him, going to jail. Shooting my mama bad. Kathy, goodbye. He's definitely on something. Destiny, you see those kids pointing those boys out like that. They definitely talking about, and that one right there. They didn't say he's on medication, Jackson. This is just us speculating based on the way he's been acting in court. He looks very much zoned out. He's barely blinking. Now, Davion, on the other hand, looks a little bored with it all. They use a lot of Prozac in jail. Ebony, I was looking for you because the Anthony Hamilton song you played that time we were on live came on. You remember everyone was like, who played this sad song? Girl, before we went to Anthony Hamilton show, we were playing his music. I said, Lord, this is that song Ebony played that time on live. It came on.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony?
Ashley, really?
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help you God?
Oh my. I have so many notes today.
Okay,
Probably is.
Please state your
Yep,
full name.
that
for
was
the
it.
record.
That was it.
Craig Douglas,
How are you employed?
Tampa Police Department.
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
6 years full time.
Were you working on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
They
Did you
bore him.
respond to home to suites located 1606 McKinley Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
I
Did
want
you
him to have
respond to
hair.
that location in reference to a homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there another hotel that's located right next to the home to suites?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the name of that hotel? Do you remember?
I don't remember the name of that.
That's
hotel.
okay. What time did you respond to that location?
Approximately 6 a.m. in the morning.
What were you assigned to do when
It's
you
got her
arrived?
heart.
To go check for surveillance video at O2 Suite.
There were already law enforcement officers working the crime scene at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you assist detectives in obtaining that video footage from the home to suites?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there cameras in the interior that covered the interior of the hotel as well as the exterior?
I'm aware from the interior should be the interior and the exterior.
Okay. And at some point, did you contact homicide detectives and let them know that there was video footage and your observations of that video footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also assist in searching part of the property for shell casings?
Yes, ma'am.
What part of the property did you search?
That was the southwest corner.
Southwest
There's
corner?
like a fence line.
Okay. Is that of the home to suites?
Yes, ma'am.
Because there's two hotels.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were tasked with searching the southwest corner, kind of the perimeter of that hotel. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
During your search of that area, did you locate anything?
Not along the fence line.
Was there a Tesla that was located in the parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make any sort of observations of the Tesla? Was that near the location of where the shooting had occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you assist the homicide detectives by locating the owner of the Tesla?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you able to provide that name to Detective Kirkpatrick of the Tampa Police Department,
Yes, ma'am, I did.
the homicide unit? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of the investigation, was there a hotel guest by the name of Braden Smith who came in contact with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what room number he was staying in?
AJ.
This was on the second floor. I think it was 230.
230, second floor?
Exactly.
Okay. At some point, did you do a formal interview of him?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anyone else that was staying in that room with him?
His mother-in-law and his father-in-law.
Okay. Would that be the Agramontes?
Yes, ma'am.
After coming into contact with Braden Smith, did you yourself go up to room 230 on the second floor?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you have crime scene units respond to document the scene?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Was there any items of evidentiary value that was collected from that room?
There were bullet fragments.
I'm going to show you what's already been introduced. Again, 19A, showing the door of hotel room 230. Is that the room that you responded to after coming into contact with Braden Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that there were bullet holes and bullet fragments. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 19D. See the evidence marker 69 in this photograph. I'm going to show you a close-up. 19F. Are those the fragments that was recovered by Tampa Police Department crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm also going to show you State's 19E. Is that a close-up of the window that was overlooking that air conditioning unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Damn.
And again, after having crime scene document the photographs and collect the evidence, did you also brief Tampa Homicide as to what occurred in that room?
I think I did, ma'am. I can't remember for sure.
Okay. Would you have written it up in a report as well?
Probably would have.
Okay. All right, may I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time we pass the witness.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No question.
Mr. Wise?
No question.
Mr. Petrides? May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you very much.
State, do you have another quick witness?
I do, Your Honor, but I don't see the interpreter has arrived yet, so this might be an appropriate.
That's probably the Uber
Okay,
driver.
very good. Okay, so we'll take our quick. Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Buenas tardes, señor. Good afternoon.
Would you tell us your name, please?
¿Nos diría su nombre, por favor?
Pablo Gaibor.
Pablo Gaibor.
And do you work or live here in the Tampa area?
¿Y trabajo o vive usted aquí en el área de Tampa?
No, yo vivo en Ocala.
No, I live in Ocala.
And what is it that you do for work?
¿Y a qué se dedica a su trabajo?
Soy técnico en irrigación.
I'm an irrigation technician.
Were you in Tampa in June of 2024, specifically on the 23rd of June?
¿Estuvo usted en Tampa en junio de 2024, específicamente el día 23 de junio?
Sí.
Yes.
Why were you here?
¿Para qué estaba?
De vacaciones con mi familia.
I was on vacation with my family.
What type of a vacation was that? What were you doing?
¿Qué clase de vacaciones era? ¿Qué estaban haciendo?
Vinimos de visita al zoológico.
We came to visit the zoo.
Who all is included in your family when you tell me you came here with your family? Who was with you?
¿Quién está incluido en su familia cuando usted me dice que vino con la familia? ¿Quién estaba con usted?
Mi esposa, mi hijo y mi hija.
My wife, my son, and my daughter.
Were you staying in a hotel room and sleeping on the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024 with those family members?
Estaba quedándose usted en el hotel y durmiendo en las altas horas de la mañana del 23 de junio del 23 de junio.
Sí, es así. Estoy hospedado en un hotel.
Yes, we were staying at a hotel.
How old are the children that were present with you?
¿Qué edad tenían los hijos que estaban presentes con usted?
Mi hijo tiene ahorita 13 años y 12 años, perdón, y la niña 8. En ese tiempo tenían 10 y 6, si no me equivoco.
They are 8 and 12 now. At that time, I believe they were 10 and 6, if I am not incorrect, if I'm not mistaken.
And what were the sleeping arrangements inside of the hotel room?
¿Y cómo eran los arreglos de las acomodaciones para dormir dentro del cuarto?
Era una habitación familiar, eran dos camas y estaba acostado yo con mi hijo y mi esposa con mi hija.
It was a room with a family style room with 2 beds. I was laying with my son and my wife was laying with my daughter.
And did anything happen that awoken you that night or that early morning?
Y algo
On the
pasó
23rd.
que lo despertó en las horas de esa mañana.
Sí, a las 4 o 5 de la mañana escuchamos un ruido bastante fuerte que nos asustó demasiado.
Yes, at 4 or 5 a.m. we heard a sound that was quite loud, noises that were quite loud, and that scared us.
And was it only that one noise that scared you, or was there more than one noise?
¿Y era solamente ese ruido que lo asustó o era más que un solo ruido?
Fue un ruido que parecía ser lo primero que pensé que fue una bomba o algo así porque fue demasiado fuerte.
It was a sound that was, at first I thought it was a bomb because it was such a loud, strong sound.
And what about it made you think that it was a bomb? Just because it was of the volume of it?
¿Y qué aspecto de eso lo hizo pensar de ser una bomba? Solamente por lo alto que era, lo fuerte que era.
Fue lo fuerte y lo muy cercano porque lo sentí cerca.
It was how strong or loud it was and how close it was because I heard it to be close.
Once you heard that sound, what happened next that you recall?
En cuanto usted escuchó ese sonido, luego qué pasó, a qué se acuerda.
Nos asustamos demasiado, mis hijos empezaron a llorar.
We got very frightened. My children began to cry.
Yo lo que hice fue agarrar a mi hijo, acostarlo al piso.
I grabbed my son and laid him down on the floor.
Mi esposa agarró a mi hija y también la puso al piso.
My wife grabbed my daughter and also put her down on the floor.
Tratamos de calmarlos porque estábamos todos muy nerviosos.
We tried to calm them down because we were all very nervous.
No sabíamos lo que estaba pasando.
We didn't know what was happening.
But the sound was of the nature that it made you in fear for your family's safety.
Pero era una clase o la naturaleza del sonido lo hizo usted temer por la seguridad de su familia.
Sí, porque se escuchó después que estábamos en eso, escuchamos mucho ruido en la parte exterior del hotel.
Yes, because afterwards, and we heard lots of noises outside of the hotel.
What kind of noises outside of the hotel
¿Qué
afterwards?
clase de ruidos fuera del hotel?
Gritos y después sirenas de la policía.
Screams and later on sirens from the police.
Can I take you back to when you first heard the noise and you were all getting down? Could you hear what your wife or children were saying?
Volvemos al momento que al principio escucharon el sonido y todos estaban bajando al piso. ¿Podía usted escuchar lo que su esposa y sus hijos estaban diciendo?
Mis hijos lloraban. Mi esposa después ella se quejó de un dolor en su pierna.
My children were crying and later on my wife complained of a pain in her leg.
Pero no entendíamos por qué tenía ese dolor y después yo observé la pierna de ella.
But we didn't understand why she had that pain, and after that I observed her leg.
Just walk with me for a second. How do you all think? Well, what do you all think jurors are thinking? They have been shown hundreds of exhibits at this point of just the destruction these weapons caused in this area. We've got a mom who was just visiting to drop her daughter off at college, who was a victim of this shooting. Now we've got a dad on the stand who was taking his kids to the freaking zoo, and they became victims of this shooting. Not just bullets through the door, not just that, through the window, bullets through their car. His wife actually got hit on a vacation to the freaking zoo. Couple that with all the video evidence you have of these young boys. I'm wondering what's going through the jury's mind right now. Because as Paige Reese Whitaker said, you start a case and you're very unbiased, right? But as evidence is presented, it's natural for you to start to form a bias based on how that evidence is presented, how the evidence is presented to you, and how you feel about that evidence. How? What do you think they're feeling?
Y tenía una quemadura en su pierna.
She had a burn on her leg.
How did you know
It's
it was a
scary,
burn? What did you see
Nick.
on your leg that led you to think that?
¿Cómo sabía que era una quemadura? ¿Qué vio usted? ¿Qué observó en la pierna de ella que lo llevó a pensar eso?
Estaba roja la pierna de ella, tenía un punto rojo en su pierna.
It's scary.
It was a red spot on her leg.
Y le ardía mucho.
And it burned very much.
Then after that, did your son complain of any pain?
Y después de eso, su hijo se quejó de algún dolor.
This is scary.
Él no se quejó de dolor, él solo estaba temblando y con mucho miedo.
He didn't complain of pain. He was just trembling and was very afraid.
Is there a time that you are all laying there when you actually find something that you believe has some kind of value to turn into the police?
Y llega algún momento que están ustedes
Maybe he
todos
got a little
sentados
disability
ahí,
or something we
y
don't know about.
encuentra algo que le parece que tiene algún valor para entregárselo a la policía.
Sí, después que ya vimos que estaba la policía, que sentimos que estaba la policía, mi hijo vio en la cama de mi esposa.
Yes, after we
He might
heard
have
that
a little
the police
disability
was
that we're
there,
not aware of.
my son saw on my wife's bed.
Había algo que se había quemado, cobertor.
There was something that had burned the comforter.
Y él encontró tocó en el piso y encontró un pequeño pedazo de metal.
And he touched on the floor and he found a small piece of metal.
Y asumimos que eso golpeó a mi esposa en la pierna.
And we suppose that hit my wife on her leg.
When you could hear the sirens outside, could you see the police?
Y cuando usted pudo escuchar las sirenas afuera, ¿podía ver a la policía?
Veía a oficiales que caminaban por todo lado del otro hotel.
I saw officers who were walking all around the other hotel.
Did you feel safe for you?
Sundrop, I'll be honest with you, baby. I remember the trial and as things are presented, yeah, but I'm talking about based off this trial. I'm just saying, what do you think these people are thinking? We've already heard opening statements, right? Let's not even talk about what the lawyer said. Let's just think about the evidence that we've seen. We've seen the shooters. We've seen these vehicles. We've seen telephone evidence. We have seen them getting to and from cars, loading what appears to be weapons. I'm not buying the whole camera footage, but we're just focused that. Then we hear all of the destruction that they cause. I'm just going based off what we've seen so far. What do you think the jurors are thinking so far? That's it. Not really Alicia's trial, but just what we've seen so far.
You or your family to leave your room that evening?
¿Usted se sentía seguro para usted o su familia salir de su cuarto esa tarde?
No, no quise salir porque al principio no sabía si eso estaba pasando en el hotel donde yo estaba o donde estaba pasando. No.
I didn't want to go out because at first I didn't know that if that was happening in the hotel where I was staying or the other hotel. I just didn't know.
What did you do with what you found inside of the room?
¿Y qué hizo usted con lo que encontró dentro del cuarto?
Al día siguiente me acerqué a la administración del hotel porque nos habíamos quedado sin aire acondicionado y entregué ese metal.
The following day, I approached the administration of the hotel because we had been left without air conditioning, and I handed over that piece of metal.
Did you have any information or idea about whether the loud noise that you heard and the lack of air conditioning were linked in some way?
¿Tiene usted alguna información o idea sobre si el pedacito el sonido que había escuchado y la falta de aire eran relacionados de alguna forma?
No puedo yo relacionar eso que haya sido, pero justamente cuando ya nos quedamos sin aire es porque pasó eso.
No, I can't relate the two things, but just at the moment when we were left without AC is when that happened.
And did you ultimately have an opportunity to provide a statement to the police about what happened?
Y al fin y al cabo tuvo usted la oportunidad de hacer una declaración a la policía sobre qué había pasado.
La policía se contactó conmigo cuando yo estaba de regreso a casa a Ocala.
The police got in touch with me when I was back at my house in Ocala.
So you had provided the metal that you found and your contact information when you all checked out.
Entonces usted le había suplido o proporcionado el metal que encontró.
I was telling her to wave, but she said she wanted to say hey. Okay, there you go. You gotta look at the screen. You're on my YouTube. Say, you gotta tell the live, hey. She said she wanted to say hey to y'all.
Y sus datos de contacto, ya cuando ustedes salieron, se abandonaron el hotel.
El pedazo de metal lo dejé en la administración del hotel y ahí quedaron mis contactos.
I left the piece of metal with the administration of the hotel and my contact information also.
I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, any questions, Mr. Gonzalez?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petrides? All right. May this witness be excused? Mrs. Murr, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
And is that it for the interpreter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're free to go too. All right, have a good day. All right, who's your next witness?
Aaliyah Albritton?
Okay, now.
Is this another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and again, this is another witness who does not wish to have their identity broadcast.
I'm ready for Miss Ma'am. I'm ready for her. I've been waiting on her.
What city do you live in?
Jacksonville,
How long have you lived in Jacksonville?
my whole life.
Do you know somebody by the name of Tafa McCray?
Yes,
You know Tafa McCray.
he's my friend.
Do you also know a person by the name of Camilla Bentley?
Yes,
How long have you known Miss Bentley?
a few years.
I'm going to ask you about June 23rd of 2024 and the weekend leading up to that day, that Saturday. Did you have plans to come to Tampa on that weekend?
Yes,
Who did you come to Tampa with?
Taifa
Tafa
and,
McCray?
and Camilla.
Who was the driver?
Taifa,
Did you come in his car?
yes.
And what day did you come to Tampa?
I think on a Friday.
The Friday of that weekend?
Yeah.
Where did you all go?
To Airbnb.
Who was at the Airbnb?
Taifa and his cousins.
And when you say his cousins, are you referring to Charles Jones?
Yes,
Did you know Charles Jones?
yes,
Did you know who he was?
yes,
Did you know that he was a rapper in Jacksonville?
yeah,
He goes by Julio Foolio.
yeah.
Were you close friends with Charles Jones?
No,
Were you at that Airbnb that weekend because you are good friends with Tafa McCray and Tafa McCray?
yeah,
And were you the one that then invited Camilla Bentley to come along?
yes,
Now I want to go to the Saturday, June 23rd of 2024. Did you all go to a different Airbnb?
yes,
Was there going to be a party to celebrate Charles Jones's birthday?
yes,
Were there a lot more people at the party than who had been at the first Airbnb?
yeah,
Did you know Charles Jones' girlfriend at the time?
no,
Did you know, even though you didn't know her, was there a girl that was there that night that was his girlfriend?
Don't be messy now.
When you all went to a club, who did you go to the club with?
everybody, everybody that was there.
How many vehicles ended up going to the second club?
2 or 3.
2 or 3. Whose vehicle were you in?
Taifa's.
Is that the same vehicle that you were in all night?
Yeah.
And were the same people with you all night?
Mhm.
Had you been drinking that night during the birthday celebration?
Yeah.
Had you been drinking at the clubs that you were at?
Yep.
How would you say that you were after the second club?
I was drunk.
Do you still remember that night, ma'am?
Yes.
After the second club, where did the group go? All of the people that you were hanging out with?
After the second club?
Yes.
On the second day?
Yes, the Saturday.
To a hotel.
Why were you guys going to the hotel?
To find somewhere to stay.
Were you familiar with Tampa and the location of the hotel?
No.
And when you got to the hotel, what happened once you got there?
I went to use the bathroom.
Did anyone go with you?
Taifa.
That's why she had to go to the bathroom, y'all.
And was Camilla Bentley,
Have
she
to go
left
when I
alone
drink
in
a
the
lot.
bathroom?
Yeah.
Right. What happened when you were using the restroom?
I heard stuff outside.
What specifically did you
Like
hear?
boom sounds.
And when you heard those boom sounds, what did you do?
I went by the front desk in the hotel.
Did you go outside at that point?
No.
Did you see Typha McCrae?
Mhm.
Did he meet up with you at that lobby area?
Yes.
How many times did you hear those boom sounds?
Like 2 different times.
2 separate.
I couldn't hear.
Could you say it a little bit? Can you move up to the microphone?
Like it started, then it stopped, then it started again.
So there was kind of like a brief pause in between the shooting. Is that correct?
When their car drove off,
Yes.
probably.
At some point, does Mr. McCrae, does he go out to look to see where any of the vehicles are?
Yeah.
Can you see, were there glass doors that led out to the parking lot, that separated the parking lot and the lobby?
Yes.
From that position inside the hotel, could you see whether or not your friend Camilla Bentley and Tafa McCrae's car was still out there?
Yeah, it wasn't.
It was gone?
Mhm.
And what about all the other cars?
All the cars were gone.
I thought he should have
At
pulled some
some
more
point,
calls.
did you receive a phone call?
I called Camille.
You called Camilla
Yeah.
Bentley. And did you, after that conversation, did Camilla Bentley come back to the hotel?
Yeah.
What happened after she came back in Typha McCrae's car?
We took her to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital, did you stay there with her or did you do something else?
No, I left
Why did you leave?
because I didn't want to come in contact with any police officers
And why did you not want to come into contact with police officers?
because I was on probation. I wasn't supposed to be there.
So did you
That
leave
should
in
make
Typha
sense to
McCrae's
me.
car?
Yeah.
Did Mr. McCrae, did he stay there with Aaliyah, your friend, while she was getting treatment?
Camille, but yeah, he did.
I'm sorry, Camilla Bentley, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And where did you take the car?
To some apartments. I don't really know what they're called. I don't even know where they're at.
Did you call Mr.
Hold on, y'all, because Jackson making me wonder what I missed.
McCrae? Did Camilla Bentley come back to the hotel?
Yeah.
What happened after she came back in Typha McCrae's car?
We took her to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital, did you stay there with her or did you do something else?
No, I left.
Why did you leave?
Jackson, why are you
Because
doubting
I
your
didn't
car?
want to
What I missed?
come in contact with any police officers
Why did you not want to come into contact with police officers?
because I was on probation. I wasn't supposed to be there.
So did you leave in Typha McCrae's car?
Yeah.
Did Mr. McCrae, did he stay there with Aaliyah, your friend, while she was getting treatment?
Camille, but yeah, he did.
I'm sorry, Camilla Bentley, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And where did you take the car?
To some apartments. I don't really know what they're called. I don't even know where they're at.
Did you call Mr. McCrae to let him know where the car was?
Yes, I spoke to him. Well, I didn't call him and tell him. He called me and told me that the police were looking for the car. So I told him where the car was.
You communicated that to him?
Yes.
And were you still at the location with the car at the apartments when the police got there to look at the car?
Yes, I came back there with Typha.
Damn,
At
what's the
some
point?
point, did one of Mr. McCrae's, Typhus McCrae's friends come to pick you up?
Yes, when I dropped the car off.
Did you at some point go back to the hotel where the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Do you know when you went back there, approximately what time it was?
Oh, okay.
It was daytime.
Oh,
It was daylight at that point?
okay. I got you, Jazz.
And were there others from the party that were?
I feel like watching court, I think I've watched it enough at this point to know something minor like that, who called who first, in this instance, doesn't like, it's not a red flag for me because that person may have thought she called, you know? Just like the front back seat, she didn't know where she was at the time. Was I in the front? Was I in the back? No, I kind of get the craziness of it all, which is why I always tell people, even when you're going through things with your employer, you need to write it down when it's fresh in your memory. Because as Alan Jackson liked to point out, your memory does not get better over time. It gets worse. So if you ever have a car accident, you ever witness anything, your manager, your boss does anything, you write it down. Like, as great as I know my IRS case, I would probably get stuff wrong. But guess what? I have a 20-page document of notes that I took when it was fresh in my brain. So I can always, oh no, I wrote this on this date. This is what happened. Because your memory just doesn't get better over time.
Were still at that location?
Yes.
And you could see them?
Yeah.
I feel a little better about it, but I still wouldn't be messing with it.
When you heard the
Hanging around this
booms and the
foolishness.
shots occur at the hotel, did you see anybody with any firearms?
No.
At some point, did a homicide detective Ramos with the Tampa Police Department call you and communicate with you after you had left back to Jacksonville?
Yes.
While you were in Tampa, did you talk to any law enforcement officers?
No.
And again, that was because you were concerned of probation?
Yeah, I didn't get permission to go out there, so I didn't.
Now, I know that you said that you knew Charles Jones, but you were not friends with him. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you were familiar with all of the drill rap that he had done. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were also familiar with kind of the rival group, Young and Ace. Is that correct?
Yeah.
In fact, you knew Kenyatta Bullard. Is that correct?
Keontae, yes.
Keontae Bullard. Thank you for correcting me. And he is known as Young and Ace.
Yeah.
I guess
Did you
somebody's
date,
trying to correct
his
you.
younger brother.
Yes.
And what was his name?
Trayvon.
And when did that occur?
2018.
So quite a while before. Is that all of this?
Yeah.
And so you know people on both sides. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment? Yes. Your Honor, this time we pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez.
Alice, she said, say that name right. Well, I mean, y'all been saying it in the comments. Aaliyah said not on my watch.
Good afternoon, Ms. Albritton.
Good afternoon.
Laura is gone.
So if I understand this, it dawned on you at the time that all of this occurred that because there was going to be an investigation, you didn't want to have to give your name to the police, correct?
I didn't mind giving my name to the police.
Okay. Well,
but at that moment in time, no, I didn't want to run into no police officers, no.
correct. Because you were fearful that somehow that would get back to probation in Duval
Correct.
County,
Yes.
and that could create a problem for you, correct?
Yes.
Did that in fact occur?
Did I get in trouble?
Yeah, did they find out? Probation find
They
out?
found out eventually. No, I didn't get in trouble.
Okay, they didn't violate your probation
No.
for leaving the county without permission?
No, they didn't.
He just had to say that.
And when you left, you put the car in an apartment complex close to the hospital, correct?
Yeah, I just went to the nearest Apartments I seen, houses I seen.
And Mr. McCray, Tata, right? That's his name, Tata? I'm an old man, but when you have some type of relationship with someone,
here you go.
Do you call it talking? When you're talking with someone?
Yeah, you can call it that.
And just so we're clear, when
You
you
definitely
call
love
Mr.
it.
McCray your friend, he was a little bit more than a friend, like someone you would just hang out and go get a drink with or be a friend from school, correct? Can we both agree in that respect?
I mean, that kind of
I
fit the
guess.
last trial.
Well, let me ask you, if you don't mind, were you more than just friends with Mr. McCray?
Do I have to answer that?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. So was it more
I-
than just a platonic
I guess,
friendship?
yes.
And nothing else necessary. He assisted you by contacting someone to come pick you up after you had dumped that car, correct?
Yes.
And then you hung out for some hours, I assume, to kind of let things calm down. Would that be fair?
I rode out there with him. I didn't have a ride back. I had to get a ride back home. So I waited on him.
Understood.
And his mom came, yes, and I rode back with him and his mom.
So the goal at the end of the day was to get back to a point where you could get back to Jacksonville.
Correct.
But in the meantime,
Well, it was to get back with Taifa, period. But I
Right.
didn't want to go to the hospital. I didn't want to do none of that.
right. And as you waited for that time period, you knew that there was probably an investigation going on because you heard all those shots, correct?
Yeah, I knew it was.
And the people that you were with during this time period when you were hiding out, you didn't know them.
Hiding out.
Correct? They were just people that you were put in touch with to be able to
I
have
didn't know the
somebody.
person that picked me up. No, I didn't know him. I knew of him, but I don't know.
Look at that attitude y'all were looking
And when
for.
you went back to the hotel and the scene, was that because you thought Taifa would be there, or were you already in
No,
communication?
he wanted to.
Ma'am,
He
please,
went.
if you don't mind.
Yes, and so
baby, you woke
physical
her up.
orders take you down everything that's being said. If you could please let Mr. Gonzalez just finish asking his question before you start answering.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry, I have a habit of doing it myself. So you were in communication with Mr. McCray, Tata, right?
Yes.
And did you know that he was going back to that scene? Is that why you went there?
No, he wasn't at the scene. I went back at the scene because the person I was in the car with went there to check on, I think, Monty. Because
Okay.
I seen Monty and I don't remember who else, but I seen Monty
You
when I
got
came.
nervous.
Armani Turner.
Yes.
Okay. Who you know
Nice.
fairly well, correct?
I don't know her.
You don't. Okay. So
No.
you just met her that weekend?
I guess I didn't even meet her then.
Okay. But you went back to check on her.
I was just in the car.
Okay. The guy that you were with was
Yes.
going to check on her.
Get it
Okay.
together,
And
Gonzalez.
you didn't stay there very long, correct?
No.
Probably
Probably
for the,
like 25 minutes.
probably for the same reason, because you didn't want to be in a position where police might come up to you and
You
ask
didn't
you
have a
who
choice.
you were or what you knew.
He wouldn't even been there.
I mean, yeah, he was the driver though. He left. It was up to him. I didn't really care.
Okay. So you were at this party for the weekend. There were several members of 6 Block there, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. In fact, Tata is 6 Block, correct?
I guess. I guess.
Well, you know enough about this to know. Am I correct about
Right.
that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had also dated, as you stated to the state in your direct examination, Quan in the past, some years ago, correct?
Mhm.
So you knew both sides, right?
Mhm.
And the people in 6 Block knew that you used to date somebody from another opposition group, correct?
Mhm.
They all knew that.
Said it, yes.
Yes, they knew.
And that wasn't an issue, or else you wouldn't have been there, correct?
No, it wasn't an issue.
No one gave you any problem over that, correct?
No.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi, any questions?
Very briefly.
Your Honor, can I ask one more question?
Yes.
You don't know Rashad Murphy, do you?
No, I don't know.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Altman.
Hey, good afternoon.
Do you know who Kenny Capps is?
Yes, Robert.
I'm sorry?
His name is Robert.
Robert
Yes.
Howard?
Yes.
And was he one of the ones at some point in time you rode in the car with this evening when all this went down?
I don't think I rode him at all in the car when I was down there.
Do you recall there was a point in time when Kenny Capps or Robert Howard refused to ride in the car with Charles Jones, Julio Foolio? You remember that?
Yes, I heard something about that.
You do recall that?
Yes.
All right.
So the only reason I'm stopping here, y'all, she said I heard something about that. Where we hear that from?
Thank you. I have no further questions. Oh, one other further.
I ain't
Do you
hanging
know
my
a
head.
Davion Murphy?
No.
Thank you.
I won't hang my
No
head
further
on that one,
questions.
y'all.
Okay.
She said I heard something about that. He didn't even let the lady elaborate. I'm gonna need some more on that.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
But I'm writing it down for
My name is
sure.
Jenna Finkelstein. I represent Sean Gathright. Do you know Mr. Gathright?
No.
Before this incident, we'll say, have you ever heard that name before?
No, never seen him before.
Okay, and you did testify a few minutes ago that you're familiar with people that associate with 6 Block.
Jasmine, it wasn't confirmed, but not only that, what's weird to me is refusing to get in the car with Foolio at this point in time. He rode down there with him. He had been driving Foolio around the entire day, and their car was still in danger. So I don't know. I won't hang my head on that. I won't, but saying I heard something about that could be hearsay, just like we're hearing all of these other rumors, and I wasn't even close to the situation. So that's what I'm thinking, Aaron. This is some from the hood type stuff. Nothing, and keep in mind, this is someone who is close to people who could have heard this because he was in the car. Kenny was in the car with Money. With Money, who was it? Randolph, Money, Randolph, and Robert were all in the car together. So isn't this something that Randolph would have said on the stand if that happened? Why wouldn't they ask Randolph that? She was in the car with him, so she would know how Kenny ended up in the car with him. I'm not gonna hang my hat on that one.
And opposition groups, right?
Yeah.
He's got a lot of lipo.
Sean Gathright
was
not
Botox.
known to you in either of those situations.
No, I don't know him.
And just one more question, ma'am. With the people that you were with here in Tampa, did anybody that was with you or in your group go by the name of Fat Boy? A
No.
nickname?
No. Somebody with me?
Yes.
That came with me?
Right.
No, I don't think so. No.
Nobody that you had a nickname that you know of, right?
Hey, who the hell is
Thank
Fat
you, ma'am.
Boy?
No further questions.
And why don't we know who Fat Boy is?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned Mr. McCrae's friend.
Sorry.
You're fine. You need some water?
Please, if I can get some.
Why wouldn't they? Randolph would have been the person to ask this question to. Hell, Gino. No, not Gino. If Zay gets on the stand, probably Zay, because Gino was drunk. Nobody knows Fat Boy. Sean knows who Fat Boy is. Why won't they call Fat Boy?
Sure.
Who is Fat Boy? It is giving Mike and Quiz, but he asked Fat Boy. Let me check her
You
phone.
said Mr. McCrae's friend picked you up from the apartment complex?
Yes.
Is that someone named Mizzle, Mr. Taylor?
Say it one more time.
Is that someone goes by the name of Mizzle, Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, that I went with him, but that's not who picked me up. No, I don't know the name of the boy that picked me up.
Was a Mizzle there with you that weekend?
Yes.
Was he with everyone?
Yeah, he came to the clubs and stuff, and I think he came to the B&B, but he didn't come there like with us.
So he stayed somewhere else?
Yeah.
Did he have his own car?
Yes.
Do you know what car he had?
Who the hell is that?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember. No.
And what about Robert Howard? Did he go to the clubs with you all?
Yeah.
Did he have his own car?
No, I think he rode with Charles.
How did he get in the car with y'all?
When before the shooting happened, you didn't see anything, correct? Out of the
No.
ordinary?
Mm-mm.
Were you able to hear the shooting when you were inside the bathroom?
No, I didn't hear it till I walked out the bathroom. The bathroom was in a hallway, so I didn't really hear it till I got out the hallway.
I think you even took a selfie in the bathroom and posted it. Is that correct?
I didn't post it, but I do have pictures in the bathroom. Yes.
I believe that's all I have here. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Redirect?
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor. Miss Albritton, when you were on probation, you never asked anyone from my office to intercede on your behalf. Is that correct?
As in what?
You
You were not violated for your probation. Is that correct?
No.
But that had nothing to do with this state attorney's office or my office. Is that correct?
No.
We never did anything on your behalf. That's what I'm asking.
Like towards my probation?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
And then going back to the party and the Airbnb that you were at before going to the clubs, there were lots of people there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Lots of people from Jacksonville?
At the B&B?
Yes, at the party.
At the B&B.
Yeah.
And there were people that followed the birthday celebration to the clubs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Some of them.
Some of them, yes.
But at the hotel, there were only 3 vehicles. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, this witness be excused.
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Okay, State, who's your next witness?
A little one. It Miss Jada got me all hyped up. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't really bad. But here's the thing, Kathy. The thing with Robert that I feel like changed things for me is the fact that his whole persona, Robert's whole persona is girl, hold up. Robert's whole persona is built off of a lie. That is the thing that I got from his testimony. I am not saying Robert's not whatever he claims to be, but the murder that he was given credit for, he did not commit. His whole persona, he is this larger than life figure in Jacksonville. He's that dude, is built off of a lie. So trying to choose Robert when Robert's gonna get on that stand and they're probably gonna have him admit that he went to jail for a crime he didn't commit. It's not gonna make him seem like that big bad wolf you're trying to make him out to be. They say B&B. I don't know, Jazz. I don't know. I just don't think Robert is going to be the big bad wolf that people think that he is being portrayed to be. And he keeps bringing him up. All it takes is that boy to get on that stand, just like they did during Alicia's trial, and bring out the fact that he didn't even commit the crime. So I just don't feel Robert is going to hit. And honestly, outside of that one instance, what do you have? Like, I think he's in jail now. He's back in jail now at this age, but I don't think it's for murder. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember them saying anything about other than Robert ended up getting in a car with a girlfriend. Which If they in the car and Gino stretched out, I might not want to get in the car either. I don't know though, Kathy. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Yeah, who's next? I think it's a police officer next.
Kansas.
Yeah.
And what agency are you employed?
You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Would you state your name, please, for the record?
Officer Yanni Kansas.
And what agency are you employed with?
Okay, Poppy.
Tampa Police Department.
Okay.
Were you employed with the Tampa Police Department on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
In your capacity as an officer with the Tampa
Oh,
Police
look at him,
Department,
baby.
did you respond to the La Quinta Hotel on East Fowler Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the purpose of your response to that hotel?
Initially, we got a call for service for criminal mischief of bullet holes.
Yeah, he cute.
And then we realized it was related to a shooting call earlier in the night.
When you arrived on scene, did you recognize that there were a large amount of other officers at the location for like the home to suites and in that same parking lot, essentially?
Yes.
And is there some correlation that you made when you actually responded to that call for service to the homicide itself?
Yes.
Did you ultimately determine that a room in the La Quinta had been struck by gunfire?
Yes.
And when you arrived, did you actually make contact with a complainant or an employee of the La Quinta?
Yes.
And was he able to provide you with some items of evidentiary value or an item of evidentiary value when you actually arrived?
Yes.
What was that item?
He provided me a piece of a bullet fragment.
Did you, based on your training and experience, immediately recognize what it was when he provided it to you?
Yes.
What was the condition of the item when he handed it to you?
It was in a plastic Ziploc bag.
And is that how it had been provided to the manager of the La Quinta?
He placed it into a Ziploc bag.
Wow.
On your own accord, did you take some photographs of the damage that you observed at that location?
Yes.
And did you also ask for crime scene to come out and take some photographs as well, or had crime scene taken photographs at the same location?
Yes. Crime scene also came out and they took over photographs as well.
Is that standard procedure for the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ultimately get access to the hotel room in which Mr. Pablo Gabor and his family were staying?
Yes, ma'am.
Had the manager also confirmed the information of the occupants of that room?
Yes.
Mr. Gabor, his family, whatever the contact information was?
Yes.
And did you create a report in this case to document that, ultimately providing that as a supplement to this homicide investigation?
Yes.
When you actually responded to the hotel room, did you take pictures or overalls of the room itself?
Yes, I did.
What about the exterior of the room?
I did that as well.
How were you able to find the essentially window of the room that had been struck?
The manager led me to the outside window and pointed it to me.
So the complainant was familiar, at least, with where the damage was internally and externally on the building.
Yes.
The state seeks at this time to introduce State's Exhibit 21A through 2, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petratus? Admitted.
So I'm going to show you, if you can see on the monitor in front of you, State's 21A. Is this the exterior of the La Quinta?
Yes, it's a lobby.
Is this a different entrance than, I'm sure over the course of the last 2 years or so, you've become familiar with some of the video footage from the homicide of Charles Jones? Is this a different entrance than the location that occurred? Let me ask it a different way. When you arrived to the La Quinta, was there an investigation and shell casings happening at this entrance?
No.
Okay. And throughout the time that you were there, was there an investigation happening at this La Quinta hotel?
No.
Was the investigation occurring at the hotel, which is essentially parallel to this one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And were there overall stills taken, including 21B at the entrance of that La Quinta?
Yes.
Was there,
I love that she's saying La Quinta because y'all know I am from the South. I eat Memphis, baby. I be calling that hotel the La Quinta Inn. Okay. And she just taught me how to pronounce it, La Quinta. That's more on brand with it. But child, now I gotta call one of my friends. I need to call one of my friends and ask, how do you pronounce this hotel? Because I definitely thought it was the La Quinta. I'm gonna text my friends from Memphis and I'm gonna tell them to send me a voice note how they pronounce this hotel because I definitely thought it was La Quinta, but okay.
A room just off of the entrance there in which you took photographs of the AC
That's
units
crazy.
that are outside of the hotel.
Yes.
And is that what's depicted here in 21C?
Yes.
What is it that we're
Yes,
looking at?
girl.
One of the bullet strikes.
See, Ash, it might be a southern thing.
And your actual photographs that you took, can you tell us specifically?
Please. I'm gonna ask my friends.
21M, if you're able to tell us where the bullet strike was.
Here, there's a hole underneath the AC unit.
When you're saying right here, are you talking about the area here with the pipe, or are we looking
Little
at
up,
this area here?
Up there.
All right, so at the bottom of this photograph on essentially the second line of metal for the AC cover,
Yes, ma'am.
did you
Yeah,
actually directly respond to room 201 to photograph that in 21D?
Yes.
As you entered the room, was that room one which occupied 2 double beds?
Yes.
In 21E, is this how the room looked when you arrived?
Yes.
Did you know where exactly the damage to the interior of the room was when you entered?
I did not. I had to canvass the room and search for it.
Tell us how you did that.
So initially I walked in, went to the AC unit because I saw it was struck from the outside AC unit. I then kind of like bent over, looked underneath the AC unit, and that's when I found another entry hole underneath the AC unit.
Did you actually have to get down to photograph or document the entry hole that was underneath the AC unit?
Yeah, I got on my hands and knees and looked under there and found it.
Was there other damage that you also documented from the same room?
Yes, on the further west bed, at the foot of the bed, there was a burnt hole mark on the top sheet. And on this burnt hole mark, there was also more bullet fragment pieces. And then below that sheet, directly on the floor, was more fragment piece on the ground of the hotel.
Starting first with what you said you were able to capture under the AC unit, could you take a full overall photo from a distance underneath the AC unit, or did the space not allow for that?
Space did not allow us to narrow.
Did you have the opportunity in States 21S to actually place your phone under the unit to photograph the damage?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking at here in 21S in the center of the photograph?
Yes.
Did you recognize that as damage consistent with the damage that you saw as an entry point on the exterior of the building?
Yes.
And as you followed that, was that in the path of travel to the damage that you had articulated you saw on the bedding?
Yes.
I'm showing you States 21P. Is this the bed that you were talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that you yourself, when you were just canvassing the room, noticed that there was some kind of damage to the bed in 21P?
Yes.
And once crime scene arrived and had an opportunity to photograph that, is that what's depicted in States 21H?
Yes.
Was there actually still a piece of metal on the bed itself?
Yes, there was.
And was that ultimately collected by crime scene?
Yes.
This would have been a different bullet fragment than what was provided to you in the baggie, correct?
Yes.
Did you, or was that also collected in this case?
Yeah, all the fragments were collected.
Underneath that same area at the foot of the bed, was there also another piece of a bullet fragment 21I?
Yes.
And in 21J, is this that fragment right underneath or right on that bed area of that room?
Yes.
In the same room, was there some kind of debris underneath or around the AC unit as well that was documented by photograph in 21Q?
Yes.
And were you able to tell at least the source at which that was consistent with coming from? Were you able to see where that came from?
That was the drywall.
I just had to let y'all hear something real quick.
NTA. How do you pronounce the hotel?
La Quinta.
I'm watching the case right there in Florida. They call it the La Quinta. I said, La Quinta. We've been talking about La Quinta my whole life. La Quinta is, but I think it is like a Mexican kind of hotel.
I thought it was La Quinta.
Me too. Maybe it's a Memphis thing.
I thought it's not just me. My nephew from Memphis too, so maybe it's a Memphis thing. Maybe it's a Memphis. He's like, that's definitely La Quinta. Definitely.
That was broken from the strike.
Just based on your training and experience, was that consistent with the trajectory of the entry point that you saw outside and then the entry point that you saw inside?
Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, does 21K fairly and accurately depict the baddie as you had received it from staff at the hotel?
Yes.
And is this exactly how you provided it to Crime Scene Tech Nunez when she arrived?
That's definitely La Quinta.
And in 21N, is this that same projectile from the baddie?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm gonna go
And
past
those
this
are
now.
different than the objects that were provided. Activity.
Yeah.
Oh, I might like him. Hold on.
Please state your full name for the record.
Detective Travis Dwayne Oliver, Sr.
Detective
Okay.
Oliver, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Almost 28 years.
Oh, he's ready to
And
go.
back in 2019, what
He is
unit were
ready
you
to go.
assigned to?
I was assigned to the homicide unit.
And is that the unit you're still assigned to?
I'm with the cold case unit, which is a part of it right now. Yes.
Part of homicide, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2019, were you a homicide detective?
Yes, I was.
And back in February of 2019, did you respond to a homicide that
Oh,
occurred
Nick,
at
you ready to go.
1646 West 45th Street in Jacksonville?
Yes, I did.
And were you the assigned homicide detective?
Yes, I was.
Was there?
For the record, we're just gonna renew all our previous motions and objections.
Okay, very good. All objections are reserved for the record, the same ruling from the court. You may proceed.
Did you respond to that location?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us who was the victim of the homicide?
The victim was Adrian Gaynor,
And how old was he? Do you remember?
17.
I'm sorry, what was the name?
Adrian Gaynor.
Thank you.
And does Jacksonville have a gang unit?
Yes, they do.
And as part of a homicide investigation, if there are some allegations or suspicion that there may be gang activity, how does that work with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
So the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has a bunch of specialized units where you basically work in one division of the Sheriff's Office. So if we have a homicide where once the person is identified by the patrolman or whoever on scene,
Thank you.
we have a database. If they run him through that database,
Baby,
establish
okay.
that he's a certified gang member associated with a gang, the gang unit responds in addition to whatever specialized unit comes out.
Did you yourself, as a homicide detective, did you have special knowledge in the area of gangs, Jacksonville gangs?
No, I do not.
And so you did not have that intel or were not privy to that sort of information?
That's correct.
And they run their own investigation, is that correct?
Yes.
Do they also advise you and assist you whenever needed and provide you with information if they can?
Yes, they do.
And is this one of the cases where there was suspected gang activity?
Yes.
And you said that the victim was Adrian Gaynor and he was
Yes,
17 years old,
yes.
is that correct?
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that he had a nick?
The thing about it is, Bibby was young when he passed. What did this boy do in the little time that he was alive that would make people so happy that he was gone?
Name?
Yes, I learned later on, probably after we arrived on scene or shortly after, that he had a nickname of Bibby.
And you were one of the first homicide detectives assigned to the case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Through the years, there had been other detectives that were assigned with it?
Yes.
Wow.
And there has been a recent plea that occurred in this case, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who pled to the murder of Adrian Garner, known as Bibby?
Hakeem Robinson.
And is that something that happened recently?
Yes, within the last couple of months.
And I want to ask you about the location, 1646 West 45th Street. Where in Jacksonville is that?
Why did it take so long?
Well, if you ask someone from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, it's the northwest quadrant of the city. If you ask someone else from Jacksonville, they call it the north side of Jacksonville.
And so can you tell us how Adrian I keep saying Grainer, it's Gainer, correct?
Gaynor, yes.
Gainer, I apologize. How was Adrian Gainer, how was he killed?
He was shot multiple times.
And you said that plea
Mm,
recently, is that
ACY.
correct?
That's correct.
And did you,
That
and I
is
know that
cute.
you are not familiar with gangs, but again, this was, there was suspected gang activity, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when the plea happened, you were not a part of the plea, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez?
Good afternoon, Detective Oliver. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. Detective Oliver, you've never heard of Rashad Murphy, correct?
That's correct.
And in your years of working with the homicide squad, you worked in certain cases hand in hand with the gang investigators, correct?
I wouldn't say we work hand in hand.
Parallel.
Yes. If I have something that's gang related, I call gang. If I have something economically crimes related, I call economic crimes. It's just whatever specialty I need to assist us, I call them.
And when you do so, you do that because you desire, or it would be pertinent to have their involvement or have their assistance, correct?
No, their assistant doesn't do anything for me in my homicide investigation.
Okay.
They are gang detectives. They come out when a gang member or someone associated with them is killed or involved in something. What they're doing have nothing to do with my homicide whatsoever.
And you don't know what the association is in this particular case, correct?
I don't know what they are in any of the cases. That's why we call them.
Got it. And is that term, I don't want to make it up, is it called paralleling, or do you parallel?
Well, we parallel, yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi, any questions?
Very briefly. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
As I understand it, you're with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, correct?
Correct.
Been there 28 years, you said?
So almost a couple months shy of 28 years. Yes.
Getting ready to retire, I presume?
September this year. I'm done.
That boy said so. Hit me this
Congratulations.
up.
Thank you.
My understanding is the homicide of, is it Adrian Gainer,
Yes, sir.
known as Bibby?
Yes, sir.
Mm.
That was back in 2019, correct?
Correct.
And did I understand you to just say that
Sasha, I know now.
not you, but the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office or someone in Jacksonville just arrested Joaquin Robinson for that homicide?
No, you're not understanding that. We did not just arrest him. He just took a plea on it.
Oh, you took a plea on it.
I didn't take one. He did.
Okay,
Okay.
but someone at the state attorney's office. That
Let me tell you something. I can't stand when members call my job and go, y'all. I go, well, ma'am, I didn't do it. Sometimes I forget that y'all is the company. I take that personal too. I didn't have you on hold. Sorry. I just picked up the phone. I didn't have you on hold.
was that Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes,
so that the
he's
record
all right.
is clear, none of these gentlemen here have anything to do with the homicide of Bibby, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And you don't even know who Davion Murphy is that correct?
Never seen him in my life.
Thank you, Detective. Have a good retirement, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wise?
Good afternoon.
All your
Right.
years working in
I'm
the
the
sheriff's
regular
office, you've
kid,
never
right.
heard the name Sean Gathright, correct?
Never.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr.
Baby, there was a security incident. What?
All right, redirect?
No redirect, Judge.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Thank you. You're free to go. All right, who's your next witness?
Detective Richard Nieder.
Do we need to have a? Yeah. Come on up.
Oh, what's up? Wait a minute. They about to get to it.
If you're present, something to ask you to briefly step inside the jury room and we will be with you momentarily.
All rise.
What's about to get the pop in?
very good. Have a seat. Yes, Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, Judge. Continuing our conversation yesterday, Judge, so that I'm clear and I think the record's clear. In my previous motions in limine, specifically, although some of them dovetailed as it relates to Jacksonville detectives' opinions and Jacksonville detectives' testimony as to historical incidents. Motion in limine number 2, as we've already discussed, was granted in part and denied in part, and part of the reservation was videos. As I understand Detective Nieder's testimony today, because I believe he's going to ultimately be recalled and he's going to testify about different subjects. My first concern would be if his intention this afternoon is to talk about the history of the gangs, then certainly I think it would be the time and it would be appropriate to start talking about his qualifications and his history and his training. And I don't know if that's what the state's intent was to do that this afternoon in anticipation of what he was going to testify to, which, as I understand it, is our videos, specifically 3 videos. Who I smoke, when I see you, and do it. And as I understand the court's ruling, as it relates specifically to the 6 incidents that are
murders,
considered
murders,
historical gang information that the court has allowed entry of that evidence. What I think the concern is,
She's driving her own
that
car.
these videos this afternoon, as well as the videos that are going to be played later on in the trial, mention many names, each of them, names of individuals that have previously been the victims of shooting or murders, whether it's as a result of Julio Foolio's songs or Young and Ace, Spin a Benz, Whopper with the Choppa. And I don't believe that was the court's intention, is to allow Jacksonville gang officers to identify other victims of crimes that are historically related to gang violence, and whose names are within those videos. And I'm presuming the state is going to be asking the detectives in this particular case today, Detective Nieder, about who those people are and what happened to them. And I understand, and I know, Ms. Ismer, we've had some conversations about, I'm going to try to streamline it. I'm going to try to say, look, who is this? Did they die? When? If I'm correct. And I still believe that, based on what I understood the court's order to be, that that's not what you intended, nor that's what you ordered. Now, I certainly could be wrong, but my fear is that the jury then being apprised of all of these other individuals that were killed as part of his testimony discussing historical gang warfare or historical gang violence would not be in the spirit of what I understood the court's ruling to be.
Okay. And so my understanding is that, having seen these videos, that what makes them drill rap, as that term is understood, is that there is some reference that whoever is performing the rap makes certain.
You need to speak in the mic.
That have died, right? And so if the state's intending to not go any further than to have Detective Nieder explain to the jury the significance in this drill rap of the rapper identifying these specific people and that it's ops, so to speak, then that could be relevant. So go ahead, Ms. Ismer.
That is the exact purpose of the state's introducing the video and the inquiry of the detective. I can assure the court that the nicknames, for example, or the references to certain incidents or locations are things that only Detective Nieder or detectives could describe. And in this case, we have consolidated that to Detective Nieder. to describe these 3 videos and only certain lines from those videos. So the inquiry
Oh, the gang expert must be next.
is of course limited to what does that reference mean? Because surely the jury on their own would
Would
never
not
be
know.
able to understand what's happening or the relevance of that to this case or the investigation.
Okay, and then some of, because we have the 6 prior incidents that I've already ruled would be admissible. During these videos, are there other incidents or other victims that are not part of the 6 previous incidents that I've said are admissible?
There are other victims mentioned in the music videos that we would be inquiring with the detectives about. Those persons that are mentioned are relevant. So they're relevant both to the gang history, but also to later evidence in the case. My intention was to not go into depth with the relevance of that until the gang detectives were testifying about how that would have related to the specific defendants and their gang enhancement.
And can you identify specifically what the references are per video?
I can identify what the references are. I wouldn't be able to do it off the top of my head, meaning there are so many persons listed and we're only going to ask about certain individuals, but I'd be happy to identify those.
Well, just so the record's clear, what we're talking about here.
So for example, there is reference to in Mr. Charles Jones' video, "When I See You," Suge, and Suge being shot off of his bicycle. When the detectives are present and testifying about the gang enhancements in this case, they will be discussing Suge, which is Avery McKnight, an individual that is tattooed on Davion
Aaron,
Murphy's
that's a
body,
weird name.
image, by name, and by alias. And so, yes, we will circle back, I guess, to those issues or those
Richard
mentions from the videos,
Leader.
specifically as to the defendants during the gang enhancement portion. For today only,
Richard
though, we
Leader.
will be asking who is Suge and what does it mean to say shot Suge off of his bike. And the detective would, I presume, respond, this is an individual that was killed in Jacksonville as a part of the war.
Okay.
Judge, I do have all of the people that are listed, and there's a dozen in one, there's 6 or 7 or 8. I can name them all in each video that the state intends to introduce, plus the ones that will be introduced later that have the same potential issues. But I think it exceeds what I understood the court's ruling to be by a large margin.
Right.
And what's going to happen is that there's no way that this jury can't have a takeaway much more expansive
Right.
than what I believe the court's ruling is.
So, State, can't you basically have the detective convey what's going on without going into identifying each and every person that's referenced? Like, can't you have them?
I have no intent to have them identify each person by reference at all.
Okay, so then
there are in all of the
Why
videos
would they not
dozens and
put
dozens
out?
and dozens of references. And so those which would be essentially relevant to our case without discussing the defendants at this particular phase for historical gang evidence to discuss the motive at this point without talking about enhancement evidence, because I'm trying to create a clear delineation between those two things for this trial.
Right.
I am asking them, what does that mean essentially in these videos? Or why is that item of importance for purposes of the motive evidence in the historical gang? Right? That is separate and apart, which is one motion that we've had, historical gang evidence in one category for the motive, from additional items of evidence, which are gang enhancement items that the detectives would individually testify to at a different time from today.
Sure, no, I understand that, but I'm saying that for this purpose, just to give context to the motive for this homicide, the state's alleged motive, as the detective's talking about the video, does he have to explain each and every reference, or can you curtail that just as an example? Say, as an example, this is a drill rap, it's an ops rap, and in this video, the rapper, for example, he mentions.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. And I plan to do that. I plan to say, are these individuals, even though there's a couple named, I can loop that together by saying a part of the case instead of having them describe died on this date. That is not my intention whatsoever.
Okay, so is there any way with the videos to identify ahead of time who you're gonna actually ask about in the video?
Yes, I could. I have a PowerPoint with the videos and the lyrics as we have presented to the court previously. I'd be happy to discuss that with the defense if the court would allow us time to do that very quickly.
Yeah, so what's gonna be the first video you're gonna play?
Who I smoke.
Who I smoke?
Okay, and so,
Judge, I could probably tell you all those people and she might be able to say yes, no, yes, yes, yes.
well, why don't you guys talk, okay? So I'm
Hey,
inclined,
okay,
just
I
so
know
you
that's right, lawyer.
I'm inclined to let the detective as an example, okay, when he's explaining what these drill rap videos mean. I'm inclined to let him testify.
I think that he should.
Of examples
It
of
a
what he
layperson would
believes as
know.
a gang expert, why these names are being mentioned. Okay, but not to have a wholesale go through the whole, identify every single person and what happened to every single person, just as like a demonstrative example of the rapper and what it is, the message they're.
I'm just kind of wondering in this trial, why don't they have the timeline or the photos that they had in the Alicia Andrews trial, which I thought it was pretty damning evidence because you see all of these young boys with their ages and their names. So I don't know why they just don't do that.
Okay, so maybe you guys can agree on a couple that Detective Nieder, because I am going to allow them a couple. Okay, just as an example.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you guys get together right now. If you cannot agree, then I guess I'll pick.
Understood, Judge. And for the record, a couple's too many. So please
I
don't mind
Yes,
objection.
objection noted. Okay?
Correct, Judge. That's why I was standing up there on behalf of Davion Murphy. We're going to object to it. The introduction of the drill rap videos initially, and any interpretation by anyone of what they allege they proclaim.
Sure.
So
Okay.
a continuing objection.
Yes, and same with Mr. Petridis and Mr. Wise, I assume, correct?
Yeah, what do you mean by
Very good.
not premeditated? These people followed him. That's the premeditation there. You followed him to kill him. There's the premeditation there. You scoped out where the young man was.
Beyond whatever you
Eric, you know I don't have a problem with her.
This is the video, so it can.
But they say she's better.
Can you?
Always in my face.
All of them at one time. Are these individuals deceased? Yes.
She said pick two.
Okay, just so, and I'm sorry, just for the record, these are the 6 incidents that I have said are relevant for the gang history. And it would be contained in the state's motion in limine. It would be the August 18, 2018 murder of Joe Rod Adams at Rains High School, the February 2019 murder of Adrian Bibby Gaynor, the August 16, 2023 I don't know if he was murdered
Homicide,
or not.
yes, Your Honor, of Jaquan Pickens.
Yep, Jaquan Pickens, August 17th, 2023, attempted murder of Jacoby Bells. October 7, 2023, Antonio Tilley, ATK member, was murdered. And then the previous attempted murder of Mr. Jones.
That's correct.
Correct, Your Honor. Okay, so if there's anything outside of those 6 that the state feels they want Detective Nieder to just briefly explain the significance of the reference to. Okay, verbatim. So pick.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Detective. Would you please state your full name for the jury?
That's Detective Richard Nieder,
What agency are you employed with?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
It'll be 10 years this fall.
Do you have any particularized unit that you work in?
I do. I'm in the gang investigations unit.
And how long have you been in the gang investigations unit?
4 years this fall.
What types of duties and responsibilities do you have as a part of
I'm already annoyed. I'm already annoyed. Why do we always have to get gang experts who are just freshly in the department? 4 years is just not enough for me. I don't know. I'm annoyed with him already. I can just tell how this is about to go. It's going to be a lot of, I think, maybe this means, this could mean. I'm annoyed already. And I haven't even seen this man's testimony.
Of that unit.
That unit every day.
Leader needs to
monitor
be
gangs, members in the gangs themselves. We document them and their activities.
And excuse me, something about people who didn't grow up in these neighborhoods trying to understand their culture really gets under my skin, because I just don't care unless you are living amongst these people and can actually study and understand. Hey, I grew up in South Memphis and I can't tell you about gangs in South Memphis. Okay, this could not be my job. Now I could talk to some people. Neither beater is exactly what I thought about, Ash. I could talk to some people, but you would need someone else. I really don't like. It's the same thing with the Melly trial. I really don't like when men who have not grown up in these neighborhoods try to tell me what's going through these boys' mind. You don't understand their struggle. You don't understand these boys. It takes someone who grew up in their areas to really understand it. I'm tired.
We assist other units with intelligence in the gangs. We purge them if they no longer meet state statutes. And we also do a thing we call customized notifications, where we go out to their houses and offer them resources and stuff like that to get them help in a better lifestyle.
Is the outreach specifically something that your agency has the gang units do? So a community outreach of some kind?
Yes, ma'am. We do that. We try to do it once a week. Sometimes we get busy, but we go out with pastors and other leaders of the community and make notifications at their doorsteps.
In doing that, do you also develop relationships with some of the individuals that you're trying to help or their families?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me about what you do or what you're required to do as a member of the gang unit to be proficient in the Jacksonville gang scene.
We go through cell phones, social medias. We monitor social medias along those lines.
And is the monitoring of social media something that's just become more popular in the last few years?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it that you're looking for when you're monitoring social media?
There's a bunch of different things. You look for like the songs that are being posted, what they're posting, who they're posting with, where they're at, their clothing, maybe the vehicles that they're around. And if they're like with other gang members, are they throwing up signs? What do the signs mean? What do the lyrics mean behind the songs that they're posting?
Are you in the gang unit with other gang detectives?
Yes, ma'am. There's 12 of us.
Are you specifically assigned to investigate one gang in particular?
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang is that?
ATK.
Do you have specific knowledge based on your training and experience in Jacksonville of what ATK actually stands for?
I've never been told exactly what it stands for. It would be just what other people have said on the street.
And do you learn that information from your street interviews, watching these music videos, etc.?
Yes.
Does the review of the internet or what's been posted include posting things that are directly posted by individuals of each of these gangs?
Yes.
What are some of the training that you and or the other detectives in the unit receive to become actual gang detectives?
We go through Florida Gang Investigations Association conference. We've taken classes put on by federal agencies. We've also taken classes that are put on throughout the entire country. At those conferences, we learn what other agencies and police departments are doing that may help better our investigations.
Does the FGIA conference that you mentioned, does it specifically teach courses on Jacksonville gangs?
No, it teaches like a general aspect of what they see across the state of Florida. It's not necessarily just related to Jacksonville, but each area of the state of Florida may investigate stuff differently. So it's more of like a networking conference where you learn different things, what other people are doing.
So you mentioned cell phones. If Miami-Dade County said cell phones are being utilized to commit crimes in this way, you share that information.
Yes, ma'am, we would.
Are there courses that are taught at those conferences by experts from across the country as far as traditional and hybrid gangs?
Yes.
And during the course of taking those courses, do you attend each of the courses that are presented?
You attend the class that you would find interesting. Throughout the entire conference, there will be like 5 or 6 classes going at one time. And so you go to the ones that kind of relate to what you're doing as a gang unit or like your investigations.
So generally, if there is a course about what gangs are developing or what's happening nationwide,
I got to see the gang course now.
and there's a course about something Florida specific, do you choose to attend the Florida courses?
Generally, it just depends on what the nationwide would be offering. If it's offering something that I don't know, I would go to learn that instead of something I already know.
And is there specifically a statute in Florida that you and the other members of your unit are required to follow in documenting, undocumenting, and investigating gang cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that Florida statute?
874.
Does the statute provide for the legal definition for a criminal gang member in the state of Florida?
It does.
And is that the statute that you follow when you mentioned you document or purge different gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you go about reviewing that statute and then comparing it to the evidence or information that you've collected?
So the statute is 3 or more people that are committing one of their primary activities is criminal or delinquent acts. They call colors, hand signs, clothing, stuff along that line that shows they're a part of the same group. We follow that, but the main key would be the criminal and delinquent acts. That
So-
be committing crimes to be a gang.
So there are requirements in order to form a gang itself,
Yes, ma'am.
and that includes the criminal association of 3 or more members.
Yes, ma'am.
And those 3 or more members are engaged in the criminal activity of some kind
Yes, ma'am.
or in some way.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it strictly that the goal or purpose of the gang is criminal activity?
No, it's just one of its primary activities.
But is that what's required no matter what, whether you have hand signs, whether you have other activities that identify you as a group, no matter what, 3 or more associated persons and criminal activity?
Yes, ma'am. That's the key component is the criminal activity.
If you have one of the
How we end up with him and he don't even know ATK?
documented gang member criteria underneath that, so the hand signs, the admitting that you're a gang member, those types of things, are you a gang member or an associate?
You're an associate. In order to be a member, you have to meet 2 or more of the criteria that's outlined in the statute.
So if myself and Mr. Harmon and Ms. Doherty are 3 individuals and we all wear blue suits every week on Wednesdays and we have a hand sign that we throw, are we going to be eligible to meet that statute if we are not engaged in criminal activity, at least in part?
No, ma'am.
You must still also be engaged in the criminal activity.
Yes, ma'am.
When you are working gang-related cases or in your duty or capacity as a gang detective in Jacksonville, how much of your work week is actually devoted to the investigation of gang-related crimes?
The entire work week.
And in addition to the gang conferences, have you also attended something called HIDA?
Yes, ma'am. That's one of the federal agencies that we attend classes for.
Is your investigation or criminal investigation of gangs strictly related to murder investigations?
No, ma'am.
What are the other types of criminal investigations that you are looped in for?
We've done everything as from economic crimes to drugs to firearms charges.
And in your role working on your assigned group, ATK, are you also at least educating yourself on the other gangs in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a requirement to work in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am. You would need to have general knowledge of the other gangs.
When you are working on assignments to determine whose cases will be assigned to each member of the gang unit, how are they assigned?
If it's after hours, it's whoever's on call. You would respond to the scenes, and then you'd gather the information. And the next day, we'd have a meeting, and we would pass it off to the person that's assigned to the gang.
What is the information that you gather to identify the appropriate gang detective to assign?
More than likely, we'll go off the victim.
Meaning whoever the victim is aligned with or identified as belonging to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you had responded to the death of an ATK member, you would typically be assigned that case.
Yes, ma'am.
There are obviously some circumstances in which that could differ, I presume.
Yes,
But relatively, that's how you try to assign cases in Jacksonville.
correct.
In working these gangs in Jacksonville, are there different types of gangs themselves that you have seen?
Yes, ma'am. We have traditional and street hybrid gangs.
What is a traditional gang?
A traditional gang is going to be your Bloods and Crips, those style gangs that have a hierarchy. They have rules and regulations that they abide by.
When you say hierarchy, what do you mean by that?
Like there's somebody, you answer to somebody, there's like a boss, and then there's people that trickle all the way down.
That's like what we would see with,
I'm not convinced
I guess,
we
maybe
didn't-
Latin
we should
kings
have
or the
left
mafia.
off.
There's someone who's the head of the pyramid, really.
Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there are traditional gangs in Jacksonville,
Yes, there is.
but are there the other type that you mentioned, hybrid gangs?
Street hybrid, yes, ma'am, there is.
What is a street hybrid gang?
A street hybrid gang is generally created in the neighborhood. There's no hierarchy, there's no rules, regulations. It's just
At this point, we could have got one of the kids. We could have gotten one of the kids who grew up in Jacksonville to sit on this stand and give us more information than Mr. Neater. I'm
a
done.
neighborhood that meets the state statute 874.
Meaning the individuals who are representing that neighborhood also meet the statutory criteria for gang member.
Yes, they do.
Okay, so you are saying from a neighborhood, are there certain neighborhoods that are identified in Jacksonville as belonging to certain gangs or groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for me one example of that?
The easy example would be like 1200. Their area of town is 1200 East First Street.
Is 1200 commonly referred to as Out East 1200 or 1200 Out East?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's literally geographically where a lot of the members reside?
I would maybe not reside, but that's their hangout. That's where they're more than likely to be found. They could reside elsewhere in Duval County.
Over the course of the last several years, have you also seen a trend where individuals will belong to Out East 1200 that have never lived Out East?
Yeah, they could. You don't have to live out there to be a part of that gang.
What about 6 Block? Is that a location in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that refer to a specific neighborhood or area?
It's the area. It's north side of Jacksonville, the area near 45th and Moncrief.
And typically near 45th and Moncrief, are you seeing 6 Block members that were essentially born and raised there?
It would be the same for them. Like you don't have to be born and raised in the area to be a part of that gang, but that's just the general spot that they used to or like to hang out.
Well, let's talk about geographic locations. If you are a member of 1200, are there certain areas that you have seen acts of violence occur in the 6 Block geographic locations or locations that only 6 Block should be?
Yes, if you it would raise concern if you found a 1200 Out East member or associate in the north side
And
6
vice
Block
versa.
area, Jacksonville. Yes, ma'am. That would raise concerns for us.
So certain areas that if you are a member of 6 Block, you don't go, that are other members' territories.
Yeah, I wouldn't say like you can't go, but it just raises concerns and acts of violence would likely occur.
Okay. Now, when you
In other words, you may not want to go.
investigated or became involved in this investigation, were there 3 specific gangs relevant to the this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those 3 gangs?
6 Block, ATK, and 1200 Out East.
Are you familiar with all 3, 6 Block, ATK, and 1200 Out East?
Yes, ma'am. I would say to a certain extent.
Which one are you most familiar with?
ATK.
Is that because that's the gang that you're assigned to?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you, in assisting the other gang detectives, provide information about ATK members when they have an investigation of their own about 1200 or 6 Block?
ATK and 1200 we would help out a lot, just due to our gangs associating with each other and they have like an alliance.
When you say alliance, can you describe for us what that means?
Yeah, they make music together, they hang out together. They're often seen together, maybe like a party or nightclubs or stuff like that. But the main thing that they would do is make music together.
So just because you are not from the same gang doesn't mean that you don't associate with other gang members.
Correct.
It's not like every gang is completely isolated to themselves.
No, you would have your associates and people that you get along with.
I just can't
So
understand that one.
ATK and 1200 are allied together.
Yes, ma'am.
Do those two gangs get along
Yes.
relatively? I mean, obviously there are sometimes outliers in anything, but those gangs you've seen music videos, for example, where they're together.
Yes, ma'am.
And were they always known, for example, 1200, always known commonly as 1200 in your entire career?
I think they have other names that they call themselves by, but the gang itself is 1200 out east.
I think
That
they
would
have
probably
other
be a better
names.
question for the 1200 detective.
Let's talk about ATK then. Are there subsets or earlier names that members of ATK went by?
Yes. Early on they went by Youngin Gang. They've also, you'll hear them say NHG too.
What does
Yeah, I've heard
NHG stand for?
No Hospital Gang.
And when you are looking at ATK itself, do you see members that you had previously identified as NHG photographed, making music videos with, or even claiming ATK?
Yes, ma'am.
How does that happen? So how does one group that's identifying as one thing develop into something else?
They just call themselves different names. The gang is ATK. That's the one that meets the state statute. And then generally they'll spin off of it. They don't quite meet the state statute, so they don't become a gang. They're just a group.
When you are documenting an ATK member, for example, do you document if they represent or present NHG but are photographed and making music with or are committing crimes with ATK members, that individual as an ATK gang member with some kind of subset or affiliation to NHG?
NHG is just a group, but the people who are part of NHG are documented ATK members.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. So I'm sorry if that was a confusing question. Did over the years you see a separation between 6 Block and an earlier gang, or the members of 6 Block going by something called PCE?
I have, but the extent of my knowledge on that isn't the greatest because I don't investigate them every day. So that would probably be a better question for the 6 Block detective.
And who is that gang detective?
His name is Detective Trey McCullough.
What about 1200? Any subsets of that, like 187? Would that be better asked of that gang detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that?
Detective Craig Griffin.
Were each of those detectives, to your knowledge, also involved in this particular case and investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
When you had an opportunity to become involved in this investigation, did you specifically document several music videos of relevance to provide to the lead detectives?
Yes, ma'am.
And in documenting those music videos, did you document the members of the groups that were associated with those videos as gang members?
I believe that some of them are gang members or associates.
Would they have been documented by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, for example, Young and Ace?
Yes, ma'am. He's documented ATK.
And did you provide a music video by Young and Ace named Who I Smoke?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen that music video?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to review the lyrics included in that music video?
Yes, ma'am.
Same thing with a 6 Block music video. Although you're not assigned, are you very familiar with a 6 Block video called When I See You?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a video created by Julio Foolio?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Julio Foolio a documented gang member of any gang in Jacksonville?
6 Block.
And lastly, did you have an opportunity to review the lyrics of a third video called Do It?
Yes, ma'am, by Young and Ace.
Also, same Young and Ace that is an ATK member.
Yes.
And is it a part of your investigation to learn the legal names of these individuals despite these monikers of Foolio or Young and Ace?
Yes.
What is the legal name of Young and Ace?
Kenyatta Bullard.
And have you been familiar with him since you have been working in the gang unit?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity even prior to your time in the gang unit to patrol the neighborhoods in which these crimes of violence would occur?
I have.
And are you familiar with several of those incidents of violence based on your time in patrol and in your time in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain for the jury specifically what a drill rap is?
Drill rap is a style of music that was created in Chicago. It's often a diss towards opposing groups or acts of violence that have happened. It's real life events, more than likely.
Crazy.
It's not saying that they committed those events, but they're profiting off of it by speaking about it.
What do you mean profiting off of it?
So whenever you post a song on any social media platform, you get paid for that. So if you get a certain amount of views, you receive money from that social media platform. So if you post a music video to YouTube and you get 1 million views, you may get a set amount of money for those views.
And in the music videos that we have at least discussed today, Who I Smoke, When I See You, and Do It, those each have dozens of millions of views.
Yes, ma'am.
The all of the members, for example, we'll go with ATK since that's the gang that you're assigned to. Not all of the members of ATK are prominent rappers, are they?
Correct.
Is there a prominent rapper that is leading ATK?
Young and Ace.
And is he probably the most recognizable, specifically if we go by YouTube views?
I would say yes.
What about for 6 Block? Is that still Julio Foolio or Charles Jones?
More than likely it is.
Are there other members of ATK that are rappers?
Yes.
To the level or extent that Young and Ace is?
Not quite that level.
But not everyone is a rapper.
No.
Do you, in reviewing these videos, have an opportunity to ascertain how other members of the gang actually make money or profit if there are only certain members that are successful rappers?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
I got lost too.
Yes, I don't know what's happening. There's some kind of
No, that was the weirdly worded question. Hit again.
something behind me, so I apologize.
I can hear it, but I don't know what it is. Now it's stopped. Okay.
Are you able to interpret the lyrics of those videos and ascertain how other members of ATK, for example, may be making money but are not rappers in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that based on the lyrics or the admissions that are given in those videos as well?
Yes, ma'am.
It is not just that drill videos are made by ATK, is that correct?
Correct.
You have seen and essentially interpreted music videos from 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have seen and interpreted videos which include ATK and 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
So while those are two separate and distinct identified gangs with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, it is not unusual that you have seen both of those two allied together.
ATK and 1200, you're asking?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
What is it that you have learned causes them to be allies to each other?
They have a common enemy.
And who is their common enemy?
6 Block.
Are ATK members and 1200 members vocal about 6 Block being their common enemy?
Yes.
And have you learned over the course of your time in the gang unit a specific member that receives that disdain from 1200 and ATK? Specific member of 6 Block, yes. Do you also have an opportunity to interview current and former gang members to get deeper understandings of the inner workings of gangs in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you also familiar with the cases or the outcomes of certain cases that occur in Jacksonville when they are gang related? Meaning if one gang member pleads guilty to the injury, homicide, crime against another gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you work with the other detectives as a part of your unit to track and follow and understand the war between ATK and 1200 versus 6 Block over the course of the last several years?
Yes, ma'am.
I will tender the witness, Your Honor, if necessary.
Okay. Any questions at this point as to qualifications or experience?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ronnie, that could be it too.
Good afternoon, Detective.
How are you?
Good. So you've been in the gang unit since 2022.
Yes, sir.
And during the course of your assignment in the gang unit, I think you told us that you have gone to HIDA conferences, correct?
Yes, sir.
At least a couple of them, correct?
Yes, sir. Those would be like classes, like day-long, two-day-long classes.
Yeah, 2-day-long classes. And this is the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Association, correct?
Yes, sir.
So they're general classes. They're you may get a gang class, you may get a drug class, you may get a trafficking class, you may get a social media class, you may get an importation class, you may get multiple different types of things in general context, correct?
Yes, sir. They generally put the class title out, and then you sign up to attend that specific class. So I would only attend the gang related class.
4 years, Ebony. 4.
And this occurs over a 3-day period, correct?
They could be up to 3 days, but generally they're 8 to 10 hour classes.
No,
Correct, because there's lots of things going on. It's 3 days,
Yes,
but it
sir.
has a whole bunch of things going on at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to those 2 conferences, you also attended the Beginners and Intermediate Florida Gang Association Conference, correct?
Yes, sir.
Additionally, I think you've indicated to us that you also have taken some social media classes or technology classes that generally talk about cell towers and mapping and social media and getting warrants, things of that nature, giving you a general understanding about how to go about doing those things.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to presume that you haven't trained anyone else or been a part of any type of panel as it relates to gangs and gang activity.
No, sir.
And I'm guessing that you haven't authored any kind of paper on that particular subject, gang intelligence or gangs in general, gang affiliation, correct?
No, sir.
And essentially, what training you have other than what you just told us is pretty much on the street, on the job training, discussing things from prior gang investigators, their files, looking over files yourself. I just told you a lot of things.
Yes, sir.
But in general, those types of activities is what and how you gain what experience you have.
Yes, sir. On the job training.
And to the extent of your testimony, you have testified in the past based on cases that you have handled, that you were a detective for that particular case, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you're not a detective handling this investigation and this murder, correct?
Correct.
So would it be fair to say that this is the first time that you have testified in this capacity?
No, sir. I've testified in this capacity before.
And that would be, as I understand it, at a prior sentencing?
As sentencing or just as a witness in general, though I'm not.
He said, "Don't play with me."
But they would be one of your Jacksonville investigations, correct?
I think I'm getting your question confused.
Maybe so.
So
I'm
you were
saying-
here in Tampa testifying about a case that occurred in Tampa,
Yes,
right?
sir.
That you did not investigate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been asked to come and testify because you know some of the parties that are involved because they come from Jacksonville, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as it relates to the testimony you are giving here, compared to the testimony you've given in Jacksonville, that would be more related to somebody gets killed or somebody is injured and there is some suspicion that there's gang activity. You would come in and you would do an investigation into that particular incident, correct?
I would work alongside, it depends on the
I guess
level
I'm
of the
confused
crime.
at what he
With the
wanted.
homicide, I'd work alongside our homicide team. Our sheriff's office is very big, so we have different units that investigate stuff. The gang unit alone, we do investigate crimes, but this type of crime would be investigated by our homicide unit, and we would provide assistance to them.
Yeah, they would call you and say, hey, look, we think there might be some gang involvement, or you may call them and say, we think there might be some gang involvement.
Yes, sir.
And then you would kind of parallel your investigations.
Now
We
there's
usually
Tay.
provide
Hey,
more- we
Tay.
Provide more of intelligence than any type of investigative.
And then what you would do subsequent to that, when we're talking about your testimony, then you would testify about what you learned as it relates to that particular case. That would be what would entail your testimony in court for that case.
I don't know what you want. Me either. I don't know what you want.
So when you say you've testified in the past,
Yes, sir.
you've done so as it relates to the incident, the murder, the shooting that occurred in Jacksonville that you were brought into in order to do a parallel investigation as to what occurred.
Yes, sir.
Damn. All you had to say.
I know you said that you've utilized 874 in documenting gang members, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many criteria there are exactly?
I believe right now there's 11 and the statute is being updated. I don't think that is hit yet. but
And we know
adding
that's
more-
going to, I'm sorry, cut you off.
It's going to be adding more criterias.
Don't know when that's going to happen just yet, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I am correct about that?
I believe, yes, sir. I've learned about it, but I do not believe it's in effect.
So I'm wondering if that's what I thought he was trying to get at to the fact that this man hadn't testified before in trial ever. So I'm like, why would he ask him that? And then I thought, well, maybe he's trying to say he shouldn't be involved in this case because it didn't happen in Jacksonville, it happened in Tampa. But I'm like, well, he investigates these gangs, and although it didn't happen in Jacksonville, these people are from Jacksonville, so he does have information that he can provide. He just lost me. The question just, I don't know. The question just went all over the place. He lost me. But Gonzalez, sometimes I think he just does a lot sometimes. He gonna earn his money. I know that much.
Detective, you've never documented a gang member in Jacksonville based on the criteria of them making an admission to you, correct?
I have not.
And you have in the past used a criteria where you utilize a documented, reliable informant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's the standard with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Department, as it is a lot of other agencies, that when you have an informant, a confidential informant, and you need that person to be deemed reliable, you open up a file, you bring somebody in, you have a process that you go through with the agency in order to get that confidential informant documented, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would include paperwork, and you would have a file. Sometimes other detectives might share that informant depending on what their needs might be, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you utilized in your documentation in Jacksonville gang members informants that are done and utilized and formulated that way? That's not what you do, is it?
The informant that I used was documented. We do have informants that they're called sources that are not documented, but they're not. I utilize the documented informant.
So you're saying you do both?
Correct.
Baby, where we going with this? Is Robert Howard an informant? Gonzalez gonna have to give me something. He is poking around for something.
And
I don't know what it is.
In the day-to-day activities or the day-to-day investigation, strike that. Judge, nothing more at this time.
Okay, Mr. Snurdy, any questions only as to Detective Nader's training and experience at this time? Okay.
Good afternoon, Detective.
How are you?
Fine, sir. Detective, we took your deposition back in September of 25 in relation to these cases here. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And since that time until today's date, have you ever been qualified by any court for a trial or hearing as a gang expert?
Sustain the objection.
No further question.
Okay, Mr. Wise? Mr. Treatise?
Good afternoon, Detective.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good.
Just briefly, you said that your training, from my understanding, it's all from law enforcement sources, law enforcement agencies. across the
Yes,
country?
sir.
Sorry, bad question. And a lot of times you go to the same training conference every year, and they just update little by little.
Yes, sir. They update, and then the beginning and intermediate are different levels of classes you can take.
And you learn most of how to document through on-the-job training?
The document is just straight from the statute, and then reading it and interpreting it, and then the evidence that corroborates the statute.
None of the national gang conferences teach you about the Florida gang stuff, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
They just teach you the general stuff in the national gangs.
Yes, sir.
When you're talking to gang members, you're generally talking to them when they've been arrested?
It just depends. I've talked to them when they've been arrested. I've talked to them just in public if we see them, or we're out doing proactive police work and they're on a traffic stop and they get let free that night. Any chance I get, I talk to them.
Would you say it's fair that for the most part they're not giving you specific details or a lot of information?
Yeah, it just depends what kind of situation they got themselves into.
But generally, they're not telling the full truth of everything that's going on to law enforcement.
Not at the beginning.
And you're getting a lot of stuff, you said, from social media?
Yes, sir. Social media and like phone downloads.
And this requires the understanding of some coded words and some language that they're using.
They'll talk. They might like change up a couple words, but they don't really talk in like very like code like you would think.
And you get,
You think criminals would do.
Watching more and more videos, correct?
What like
the
videos?
The coded words that they do use, you understand those by just watching more and more videos. That's basically how you.
Yeah,
do it.
you kind of just like I generally just figure out what they're talking about and then kind of piece it together what they're trying to say.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you may proceed.
Detective, if there is a question either interagency or nationwide, really a question about ATK, are you the focus of, or the sole person at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that those inquiries are directed to?
Yes, ma'am.
You spoke a little bit about having reviewed music videos, specifically related to this case. At this time, the state would seek to admit the self-authenticating business record, State's Exhibit 111 for the YouTube videos, Your Honor.
Okay, is that just the certification?
Yes, it's the
not the actual-
certification and the return, essentially. It has the data and the dates for the YouTube videos.
Okay, any objection? As
Previous
just-
objections on.
Okay, okay. Okay, same ruling from the court, it's admitted.
Sir, this particular case, speaking first about the 3 YouTube videos that were identified, were they?
I'm going to stop here because I think this is where his actual testimony starts now. Now that they've had their questions, I think this is where he starts. And I think I want to say it's an hour left. So I'm going to do this tomorrow, but it'll be tomorrow night because for somehow the next 2 days, I've just overextended myself because I don't put things on the calendar. But anyway, thank you guys for joining. I appreciate it. Y'all been rocking with me for like 12 hours today. And y'all have made my day. I want to say again for everyone who just joined, thank you guys for all of the kind messages, the prayers for myself, for my baby, everything. Now I got to go in here and get dressed. I got to go meet my cousin who I forgot he came to Atlanta this weekend. So I've got to go hurry up and get dressed so I can meet him out. But thank y'all for rocking with me today. I'm going to pick back up tomorrow and watch the end of this. Throughout the week, my streams are going to be really weird. I'm going to be doing the first half of court. I'm going to be streaming from 9 until 12. Then I'll go to work. And then I'll do a few hours after and pick back up the next day. And then I'll be doing my TikTok videos in between time. But thank y'all. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye. See y'all later. Thanks again. And thank you for all the super chats and all of the memberships and just all of y'all liking the live too. Bye, y'all.